May I request Jojo P. Alapa to kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a grand welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. A very good morning to one and all present here. It's my proud privilege to extend a most gracious welcome to this August gathering. A distinguished congregation of dignitaries, eminent experts, students, teachers, scientists, and intellectuals across the islands and the nation. Assembled here to grace this auspicious occasion and set in motion a 2 day workshop on mangroves, the green guardians of our islands. Mangroves stand where the land meets the sea. It's rooted in resilience, thriving in adversity, and protecting life in silence. The Andaman and Nicobar administration is deeply honored to host this esteemed assembly of minds, united by a shared commitment to the conservation and sustainable management of mangroves, the remarkable ecosystem that safeguard our shores and enrich biodiversity. At the very outset of this August function, organized by the Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, I request Ms. Priyanka to present a bouquet to our chief guest for the occasion, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Islands. I request Ms. Rashmi Joseph to present a bouquet welcoming Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I request Ms. Priyanka to present a bouquet welcoming Dr. Nagarajan, Scientist, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore. Every small step towards conservation becomes a giant leap for nature. Let us be part of this collective change to invoke the divine blessings of the success of the workshop. We will have our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to the goddess of knowledge by our honorable chief guest, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Island. Sir, please. May I request all the honored on the dais to please join in for the lamp lighting. May I also request APCCF Shri M. Rajkumar and Pallavi Sarkar ma'am to please also join for the lamp lighting on the dais. Ma'am, please. Goddess, we pray for our blessings with all humility. Give us wisdom and make this world a better place. May all human beings live in harmony with nature and other forms. May the truth prevail. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away from the dawn of self realization. Thank you, sirs. The earth has music for those who listen. Embracing this beautiful reality in words of William Shakespeare, may I now request the students of Jawaharlal Nehru Rajkiya Mahavidyalay to present the prayer song.
मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 सारे मगरे मगरे नी सारे गरे गरे सा गरे गरे सा सारे गे मगरे नी सा रे गरे गरे सा कैसा पाप समझ है आप आए किसे है कैसा पावन सुहावन समय आज है आप आए तिथियों के सर आज है देव की भांति पूजन करें आज हम स्वागतम 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 देव की भांति पूजन करे आज हम स्वागतम 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 मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 से हम ने कलियां चुनी श्रद्धा के फूल से हमने माला बुनी मन की बगिया से हमने है कलियां चुनी श्रद्धा के फूल से हमने माला खुदी करते हैं तुमको अर्पित सुमन आज हम स्वागतम 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 करते हैं तुमको अर्पित सुमन आज हम स्वागतम 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 मन की वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम स्वागतम 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 धन्यवाद
Thank you, students, for that soulful invocation that has truly set a gracious and auspicious tone for the proceedings. It is indeed significant that this workshop is being inaugurated on the occasion of World Forestry Day, celebrated globally every year on 21st March. In the vast canvas of forest, mangroves hold a unique place, quietly enriching coastal landscapes, supporting livelihoods, and strengthening the delicate balance between nature and human existence. On this note, may I now request Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, Research and Working Plan, to kindly deliver the welcome address and bestow his with his words. Sir, please.
Thank you. Respected Chief Secretary of Andaman and Nicobar Administration, distinguished guests of honor, the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Andaman and Nicobar Islands, eminent scientists from IFGTP Coimbatore, esteemed expert speakers, officials, officers, delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. It's my great privilege and honor to extend the warm and cordial welcome to each one of you to this inaugural function of two-day Mangrove Workshop on the theme Mangrove, the Green Guardian of the Islands, being held here at Sri Vijayapuram on this 21st June 2026, the International Day of Forest. Mangroves, they represent one of the most unique and ecologically significant forest ecosystems salt tolerant, tropical, tidal, evergreen forest ecosystem that thrive in coastal and marshy environment. In the context of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, mangroves play a pivotal role as natural bioshield, protecting our fragile coastline from erosion, storm surges, and the adverse effect of climate change. They are also the rich reservoirs of biodiversity and provide invaluable ecosystem services that sustain both environmental health and human well being. This workshop aims to bring together experts, researchers, scientists, officials, academicians, students, and stakeholders on a common platform to deliberate upon contemporary issues, innovations, and best practices in mangrove conservation and management, both at national level with special reference to Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We are pleased to share that extensive efforts were taken to connect with the coastal states and union territories of our country and the leading research institutes across the country. Based on the valuable input received, a total of 15 research papers have been carefully shortlisted for presentations during this workshop. The workshop has been thoroughly structured around five major themes: role of mangroves in coastal protection and climate change mitigation, mangrove biodiversity and associated marine life, scope of ecotourism in mangrove ecosystem, mangrove restoration techniques and best practices, community participation and livelihood opportunities linked to mangroves. Eminent experts will deliver thematic presentations, followed by research paper presentation by scientists, scholars, and students. As a part of the program, the delegates will also be taken to visit the mangrove creeks of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, offering a first-hand experience of the rich and pristine mangrove biodiversity of these islands. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our chief guest, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. His visionary leadership and keen interest in environmental sustainability have been a constant source of inspiration. His continuous guidance and close monitoring have greatly contributed to the successful organization of this workshop. Sir, we extend our heartfelt welcome to you, sir. I also extend my sincere gratitude and warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha sir, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, for his unwavering support and guidance. We welcome you, sir. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome Dr. B. Nagarajan, scientist from the Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore, whose valuable research contributions, particularly in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, will purely enrich the deliberations of this workshop. We welcome you, sir. I warmly welcome our eminent expert speakers from across the country, including Dr. Negru Prabhakaran from Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Shri Sanjay Srivatsa, retired PCC from Tamil Nadu, along with other distinguished experts who will be joining shortly. I also extend a cordial welcome to the senior officers of the Andaman and Nicobar administration, members of PRI, and all other invited dignitaries. A special welcome to all delegates and participants, 50 in number, from various scientific and academic institutions and different departments of Andaman and Nicobar administration, whose active participation will be the cornerstone of this workshop's success. I also take this opportunity to welcome our friends from the press and media for their continued support and coverage. This workshop promises to serve as a valuable platform for knowledge exchange, collaboration, and the development of actionable strategies for the sustainable management of mangrove ecosystem. I am confident that the deliberations over these 2 days will significantly strengthen our collective efforts to conserve and manage these invaluable coastal ecosystems. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all dignitaries and participants. I wish the workshop great success and meaningful outcome. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. When we plant trees, we plant the seeds of peace and hope. These words resonate deeply as we celebrate the invaluable role of mangroves in sustaining life on our planet. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands are not just a scenic marvel, which stands as a global ecological treasure where mangroves are living testament to nature's richness, playing a defining role in sustaining life and protecting our shores. If we are beneficiaries of nature's bounty, we must also be committed to be its guardians. Moving forward on this note, it's now my privilege to request Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, to address this august gathering and share his invaluable words of wisdom. Sir, please.
Respected Chief Secretary, Secretary Agriculture, Senior Officers of Administration and Forest Department, Officers of JSI, BSI, IFG, TV, research scholars, teachers, students, staff of Agriculture and Tourism Department, and media persons. Good morning to all of you. This is the first mangrove workshop being organized by Andaman and Nicobar Forest Department, and the date chosen for this workshop coincides with World Forestry Day, that is 21st of March, which is especially significant as it reminds us that mangroves are not merely coastal vegetation but vital and high valued forest ecosystems. Andaman and Nicobar Islands are home to rich mangrove ecosystem. We have nearly 608 square kilometer of mangrove cover, which accounts for almost 13% of India's total mangrove and ranks third in the mangrove cover in the country after West Bengal and Gujarat. In terms of diversity and species richness, we have 38 species of mangroves out of 69 species of 69 species recognized globally. Mangroves are a specialized salt tolerant coastal ecosystem found in tropical and subtropical regions of the world. They act as a bridge between land and sea and are highly known as guardians of the coast. Mangroves serves as a natural bioshield against extreme weather events. Their dense root system and trunks helps dissipate wave energy, thereby reducing the impact of storm surges, cyclone, and tsunamis. Research shows that the mangroves can absorb up to 66% of wave energy within the first 100 meter of forest wealth. Mangroves are also among the world's most powerful carbon sinks. They can sequester and store 3 to 5 times more carbon than more carbon per unit area than typical tropical forest. This carbon is stored not only in their biomass, such as leaves, branches, and trunks, but more importantly, in deep oxygen, oxygen poor soil where it can remain locked for centuries. Mangroves are biodiversity hotspots. They support a wide range of species, including birds, insect, fish, and endangered mammals such as Royal Bengal tiger in Sundarbans. Their intricate root system provide a safe nursery for fishes, crabs, and shrimps, protecting them from larger predators. Mangroves also help maintain the health of surrounding marine ecosystem such as coral reefs and seagrass beds. Their root systems trap sediments, heavy metals, and other pollutants, carried by land-based runoffs, thereby improving water quality in coastal areas. From the livelihood perspective as well, mangrove are immensely important. They provide timber, firewood, honey, and medicinal plants. Mangrove forests are also popular sites for bird watching and photography, contributing to the income of well-being of local communities. This mangrove workshop has been organized to bring together experts, scientists, forest managers, students, teachers, and other stakeholders on a common platform to discuss, deliberate, and disseminate knowledge on various aspects of mangrove conservation and management in the country in general and in Andaman and Nicobar in particular. Over the next 2 days, we will have 5 technical sessions covering a range of important themes, including mangrove restoration techniques, community participation and livelihood opportunities, mangrove ecotourism, mangrove biodiversity, coastal protection, and climate change mitigation. I urge all of you to make the best use of this initiative and help transform workshop into a concrete blueprint for action that clearly outlines what the forest department, scientists, and local communities need to do over the next 5 to 10 years to conserve and protect the mangroves of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful address. Your words have truly enriched our understanding and set a meaningful directions for the deliberations ahead. It is indeed a proud and significant moment for the Department of Environment and Forest as we proceed with the release of the Handbook on Mangroves of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It is a comprehensive effort that showcases the rich biodiversity, ecological importance, conservation priorities of these remarkable ecosystems. May I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, sir, to kindly release the handbook on this significant day. Sir, please. This handbook stands as a meaningful step towards enhancing awareness, strengthening scientific understanding, and guiding informed conservation efforts. Thank you, sir. As a mark of respect and in grateful appreciation of our Honorable Chief Guest, kind presence, and valuable support to this program, may I request Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, to kindly present a souvenir to Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Islands, as a token of remembrance. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, to kindly present a souvenir to Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest. Sir, please. May I request Sri Jojo P. Alapad, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, to present a souvenir to Dr. Nagarajan, scientist, IFGTB Coimbatore. Sir, thank you, sir. Leadership transforms vision into action. This workshop finds its origin from a visionary thought of our Honorable Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Administration, during the Sangiti meeting. With a clear vision to strengthen dialogue, enhance scientific understanding, and promote coordinated efforts towards mangrove conservation in the islands. Today's gathering stands as a reflection of that vision, bringing together expertise, experience, and collective commitment on a common platform. May I take the privilege and honor to invite and request our chief guest of the occasion, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar IAS, Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Administration, a visionary leader and a guiding force behind sustained governance to enlighten this distinguished gathering with his worthy words. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Our PCCF Sahab, our distinguished guest from coming from Coimbatore, colleagues from the administration, and we have research scholars, and young students also from our college. Uh, indeed a great pleasure to be here on this workshop because we discussed about organizing a workshop focused on mangrove. Last year, there has been a lot of discussion on this issue, and as rightly pointed out, that during Sangiti there was this kind of idea was there that we should organize these kind of issues, and it's a uh, it's very happy occasion to witness. Earlier, we had in the month of February, we had bird focused, endemic bird focused kind of workshop, and now we are having mangrove focused workshop. Also, the date which has been chosen as a national International Forestry Day, which is very everywhere it is celebrated, and I'm I'm hopeful that these 2 days deliberations are going to add to the knowledge on this very important topic. Uh, I'm not a technical person, so I don't have much idea about technicalities related to mangrove, but I'm really very happy to see this kind of publication, and all credit to you and your team, which has worked on this kind of production. This is a really has set the bar quite high, and I think some of the officers, like our Sangiti coordinator, Ms. Pallavi, is here. So I think this can be a model for other productions which we are looking at from Andaman Nicobar Islands. And so this is doable, this is possible, and only thing you have to be very focused, diligent, and when you do this kind of thing. Mangrove fascinates immensely. When if some, most of you would have traveled to Baratang area, Baratang limestone cave, and when you take the speedboat from that jetty point to the limestone cave point, next 20 to 25 minutes, uh, just going in that creek and both side, the kind of mangrove you witness. It's amazing. It's amazing feeling you have, that kind of thing. And it's not only limestone cave, which is important touristic attraction, but also that journey itself, because it exposes you to this particular nature's wonder. Uh, These are, if I understand that these are pristine mangroves. There has been a lot of interventions in terms of regeneration and all those things. But I think in our islands, you will have lot of presence of pristine mangoes kind of thing, first generation mangoes kind of thing, which is there, and these are national assets. The variety, the kind of diversity it has, all of you would have seen just walking on the corridor. And I would request again, since this is the workshop for 2 days, please encourage your friends, encourage your colleagues, encourage children to come and watch this particular thing. If they get exposed, there will be a different kind of connect. The curiosity is important, and it is our duty, our responsibility to create that kind of environment where next generation feels connected to this particular wonder, that they look at the mangrove from a very different perspective. uh, Already told by our CCF and PCCF Saab in very detail about uh, the benefits of mangroves, how they are the green guardians of our islands and our earth. It's a it's amazing to witness that how everything has been created on our ecosystem. So you have any kind of danger from the sea erosion or something like that. Nature has created this barrier, and that's the kind of uh, you can say that symbiotic relationship which has emerged. And as researcher, we need to engage from that perspective. It's not man's creation. I was not having idea about that. What is the root word mangrove? How mangrove word has come in? Wha- who has coined this term called mangrove? I was not having that kind of idea. But so you just fiddle on the Google and try to understand that how the name mangrove became popular. So if you look at in the Google, then suddenly you realize that somebody will throw the idea that it came originally from Paraguay, kind of thing. That's the term they refer, where they call this cricket tree, cricket tree. And then they connected. There is some Spanish term called mangle, and I don't know what would be the botanical name for this. So names are also different. There is no common. Okay, okay. So that's the kind of variety diversity. So I don't know. Then I was trying to understand how in our ancient uh, text mangrove would have appeared. I didn't find much, but I have not explored much. But since these are something which are present since time immemorial, and so people would have be very curious to know why these plants are there, how this is connected to our ecosystem, and then they would have developed some kind of knowledge related to that. uh, are we understanding this particular our traditional wisdom related to these things? So I think this is one area. I think we have a scholar from Coimbatore, and forestry research has been renowned in these areas. So I hope during this workshop, this also gets in our knowledge. Then we have Andaman Nicobar having the unique presence of our tribes. And so, uh, is there any connect of our tribal life with this particular mangrove, which is there? So, Jarwa Reserve area, whatever is there in the Baratang, so there is mangrove, and then you have a whole habitation society which is living since centuries. It's not a new society. So, they would have developed some kind of connect with this particular species. And so, what kind of connect they are having? And this kind of workshop allows you to just think, okay, well, just look at those options. And it's not only science, it's a history, it's a geography. All those things are connected. So I wish all the great success for this workshop. I understand there are 15 research papers. I would also urge Forest Department that please come out with the compilation. And compilation should not be like a government document. It should be like this. So you should have that kind of thing. If you can look at the refereed process and all those things, we can tie up with some publishing houses related to this kind of publication so that it goes, it should have a ISBN number so that it has the research value also for people when they look at this kind of thing. So it's a rich area. You have already planned some kind of field visit also. uh, More and more student children, if they get connected, that will be the success of our generation, that we are creating that kind of platform, that kind of ecosystem where you get exposed to this wonder of nature. And I hope all of us get benefit from your input, your ideas, have discussion, raise questions. When you are listening this kind of workshop or participating in this kind of symposium, please raise question. No question is a stupid question. No question is absurd kind of thing. And don't be thinking that, oh, what others will think. No, no. Every question is important. So if you have some kind of question, articulate it and raise it. That is the job of human nature, humankind. If you raise questions, that's the advancement for future. So please raise question, encourage to have the questions. And I would love to have some kind of FAQs coming out of this workshop also, because there are plenty to know and there is no end, there is no limit. So I wish all the success and congratulate the forest department for putting this together. And this kind of workshop, this kind of gathering, a huge potential in our islands because of our richness in biodiversity. So we can pick up any topic and we don't have to look at somewhere else because the field is there, the availability of the resource is there, and people will come, people will gather, people want to participate in these islands, any kind of discourse which you want to put in. So I really compliment forest department, our PCCF staff and the team, which has put the whole thing very diligently, very organized manner. And I wish all the success. Any kind of support, any kind of assistance from my side, I would always be available for this. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, sir. On this globally significant day, we are privileged to hear your visionary and motivating address. We sincerely assure you that your valuable message will not only be remembered but will also be translated into meaningful action at all levels in true spirit, sir. Silent, steadfast, and selfless, mangrove are nature's own guardians, standing strong so that we humankind stays safe. May I now request Sri Jojo P. Alapat, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest Working Plan, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Sir.
Respected chief guest, guest of honor, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed teachers, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to one and all present over here. It gives immense pleasure to me on this occasion of to stand before you on the inaugural function of this 2 days workshop being organized by Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman Nicobar Administration. I feel greatly honored to propose the vote of thanks on this inaugural function of the workshop. Mangroves, as you know, play a significant role in the life of the islanders. Coming to my duty assigned, first and foremost, I express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, the Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Administration, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar IAS, for graciously inaugurating this workshop, sir. Sir, your presence in this function and the inspiring address has truly motivated each one of us and the participants of this workshop. It is your guidance and constant support which made this workshop to be started here today in the manner it is being planned. I extend my deep gratitude to our guest of honor, Sri Sanjay Kumar sir, IFS, PCCF, Andaman Nicobar Islands, come Chief Wildlife Warden, for his valuable presence and encouragement for organizing this workshop. His guidance and encouragement were really a great boost for us in organizing this workshop. Sir, your presence is really meant a lot for us in the smooth and successful conduct of this workshop. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist F and Group Coordinator, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore, for gracing this occasion as a special guest. He is one of our valuable resource person for leading one of the themes of the workshop today. I would like to sincerely thank APCCF Sri Rajkumar sir for his constant support and guidance. I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, Territorial, for encouragement and support. I would like to place on record my deep gratitude to Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, Research and Working Plan in Wildlife, for his continuous guidance and support in organizing this work is worth mentioning. Sir, your support and guidance was really a great help for us in organizing this workshop. I also thank secretaries of the Andaman administration for extending their full support for organizing this workshop, especially Secretary Agriculture and Fisheries for extending all support in the smooth conduct of this workshop. I also recall the administrative assistance supported by the Secretary Forest in formulating the workshop during the past 1 week. My sincere thanks to guest speakers and resource persons from mainland and the islands for this workshop for accepting our invitation to present and lead different themes of this workshop. I take this opportunity to thank Conservator of Forest Headquarters and Conservator of Forest Wildlife for all assistance rendered during the conduct of the workshop. I sincerely thank divisional heads of the department, DFOs and DCFs for extending their full support. My sincere thanks to staff of working plan divisions, division of silviculture, mill division, South Andaman division and forest action publicity division for supporting and presenting all the human power for organizing this workshop. I thank the subject experts, research scholars who will be presenting different themes of the workshop in the next sessions to come. Sincere thanks to Principal JNRM College, Department of Marine Biology, Pondicherry University, Center at Burushabad, Head of Institutions for permitting students and research scholars for participating this workshop. Last but not least, I extend my appreciation to all the teachers from various schools, college students, research scholars for their gracious presence and support in making this program meaningful. Their enthusiastic participation and keen interest towards mangrove conservation is greatly acknowledged. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of the organizing committee and support staff whose dedication and hard work have made this program a success. Sincere thanks to press and media, including electronic and social media, for wide publicity and coverage of the workshop. Let us carry forward the message of today's program and work together to protect the mangroves, guardians of the coast, for sustainable development of the island. On my concluding remarks, I once again thank each one of you for your valuable presence and contribution for making this inaugural function of the workshop a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the heartfelt acknowledgements. Finally, to mark the end of this glorious inaugural ceremony, I request all of you to stand up to intone the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा मथुरा हिमाचल यमुना उज्जल तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे व शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहि तव जय गाथा जन गण मन जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
Thank you. Please be seated. Leave the world a better place than you found it. Leave and let live. On this note, may I invite and request all our esteemed guests to join the dignitaries for high tea. But before we disperse, may I request all the dignitaries, invited guests, and participants to kindly assemble for a group photograph to capture this memorable occasion. Please, thank you, one and all. Wishing all the participants a highly enriching and insightful 2 day journey into the fascinating world of mangroves in our beautiful islands. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट होने के बाद में बोलते हैं खुद ही होके चेयर लेके क्यों रखना है?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our technical sessions, and may I request all the participants to please take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with the inaugural setting the momentum, we may move into the exciting introductory session that will set the tone for the technical deliberations ahead. To understand the future of conversation, we must first understand the ecosystems we need to protect. The mangrove ecosystem of Andaman and Nicobar Islands are among the most unique and ecologically significant in the country, harboring rich biodiversity, supporting coastal communities, and serving as vital buffers against natural calamities. At the same time, they are home to several rare and threatened species. They call for immediate attention and collective responsibility. To provide us with a comprehensive view of the fascinating fragile ecosystem, we are privileged to have with us an expert who has deep insight and field experience in this domain. Shri Jojo P. Alapat, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Working Plan. I would like to share some of the brief of the officer. He is a 2014 batch Agmot Cadre IFS officer and held various positions in the Andaman Nicobar, including DFO Nicobar, Director Forest Training School, Director Department of Science and Technology, Member Secretary Andaman and Nicobar Pollution Control Committee. He is a postgraduate in botany from the University of Calicut, and his key interest is in floristic research and education. His publications include two books and chapter in the books 21 research papers mainly in angiosperms taxonomy of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The discoveries include two new plant species, nine new plant records to India, and six new plant records to Andaman and Nicobar Islands. This is indeed a great, remarkable achievement. A new species of plant from Andaman and Nicobar Islands has been named after him, which is Ophinorrhiza jojoi, by the researchers from Calicut University, Kerala, in honor of his contribution to the flora of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. May I take this opportunity to request and invite Shri Jojo P. Alapat, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Working Plan, to kindly deliver the introductory session on mangroves of Andaman and Nicobar Islands and threatened species. Sir, the stage is yours.
Welcome to all again. We are little bit delayed in the proceedings. Kindly, I request again, kindly be seated silently. The technical session start after my presentation. So my presentation will be a short presentation just to give a brief introduction to the mangroves in general and mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Because you all may be aware of the mangroves, but still, as an introduction to this workshop, I just give you some inputs about the importance of mangroves with a special reference to Andaman Nicobar Islands. After my introductory notes, the technical session will start. As all of you know, the mangroves are the intertidal communities which is sheltered between the marine ecosystem as well as the terrestrial ecosystem. They are a unique group of plants which has the high ability to sustain in immense harsh conditions, mostly in saline water, high velocity winds, cyclones, tsunamis, etc. They are mostly distributed over tropical and subtropical regions of the world. Beyond the subtropical region, there is no mangroves. There, the mangroves are replaced by salt marshes, where the height of the plants will be very short. But only in the mangroves, large trees are there. They
They
generally
generally
shows a
shows
great
a
degree of
great degree of
adaptations,
adaptations,
starting from the
starting from the
roots,
roots,
in the
in the
leaves,
leaves,
in the
in the
fruits, as well
fruits,
as in the
as well as in
leaves,
the leaves,
to make
to
them
make them
susceptible or to
susceptible or
adapt
to adapt
themselves in
themselves
a harsh
in a harsh
condition in the
condition in the
saline
saline
waters.
waters.
Biotic pressure and
Biotic
natural
pressure and natural
calamities
calamity.
play a major role in negatively impacting mangrove ecosystems. As I have already told, it is not easy for the normal plants to sustain in a very difficult environment. What I mean by a difficult environment, if all of you may be knowing that in the coastal areas, the water is saline, there is high wind velocity, there is always chances for tsunamis and other kind of natural calamities. So normal plants cannot sustain in such areas. So to sustain such areas, mangroves develop certain kind of adaptations. These are called adaptations, which are seen mostly in four areas. First is in their root system, second is in their leaf system, third is in their fruit system, next is the seeds. So because of these type of adaptations, only these plants are able to survive in the highly volatile environment, that is in the coastal environment. They have stilt roots for additional supports. Some species have prop root also for giving supports. And they have a special kind of roots called breathing roots or pneumatophores, which help them to breathe when the plants are
Plants
half
are
submerged
half
during the high
submerged
tide
during the
currents.
high tide
This
currents.
is a special
This is a
adaptive
special
adaptation for the
adaptation for
mangroves.
the
This type of
mangrove. This
adaptations are
type of
not seen in the
adaptations are not seen
terrestrial
in the
plants.
terrestrial
Because
plants.
terrestrial plants,
Because
there is
terrestrial
no
plants there is
issue
no
of
issue of
submergence. But in
submergence.
the
In
mangrove
the
areas,
mangrove
the
areas,
proximal
the
spawn species,
proximal
that
spawn
means
species,
species which
that
are
means
seen
species
near
which
to
are seen
water,
near to
they
water,
are two
they
times
are
fully
two times
inundated
fully
in the high tide
inundated
and
in the high tide and
low tides. So
low
because
tides.
they
So because they
completely inundated, they
completely
require
inundated, they require
oxygen.
oxygen.
Gaseous exchange is
Gaseous
required. For
exchange is
that,
required. For
some
that,
of the roots will
some of the
come
roots will
from
come
the ground to the above. Such kind of roots are called pneumatophores. They are otherwise called breathing roots. This is one of the main adaptation of the mangroves. Second is, since they are living in a salty environment, excess salt will enter into their plants and tissues. So they require to exclude the excess salt water mostly in the leaves. That is the second adaptation. Third is, in the fruit system, normal plants, the seeds are get germinated once the seeds get contact with the soil. But in the case of mangroves, seeds gets germinated when it is still attached with the mother plant. This type of reproduction is called weevil bearing. This is also unique for mangroves. Then regarding the seeds, since these plants grow in a watery environment, if the heavy seeds of mangroves are shed from the mother tree, and if there is no special kind of adaptation, normally that the seeds will sunk in the water. So in order to prevent that, the seeds of mangroves will be spongy. They will have the ability to float in the water. They have the high buoyancy. Because of that, they will float, and once they will be shored away. So these are the four types of adaptation in root system, in the leaves, in the fruits, and the seeds. Any other plants which are seen in the mangroves but does not have this type of adaptation are generally called mangrove associates. This is just for your information. Please note that any plants which is seen in the coastal area are not regarded as true mangroves. There are clear-cut difference between species. Those species which are seen in the mangrove areas but having this any of these four adaptations will be categorically called as true mangroves. Other species which are seen associated with the true mangroves but does not have any of these adaptations are called mangrove associates. When we see the range of distribution, they are distributed over 32° north to 38° south. That is tropical and subtropical regions of the world. If you see the global distribution, they are distributed over 113 countries. Total mangrove cover in the world is 150,000 square kilometer. The largest area of world mangroves is in Southeast Asia, which is represented by 10,344 square kilometer. In India subcontinent, mostly represent 45.8% with the Asian contribution. All over the world, there are 69 true mangrove species. There are still some confusion with respect to the true mangroves and mangrove associates. Different scientists put some species in the category of true mangrove, some in other category of mangrove associates. That's why this number will be slightly changing with respect to each author and each scientific paper. But roughly we can say about 70 species of plants are considered as true mangroves all over the world. And in Asia, we have roughly about 50 species, in which Andaman Nicobar Islands represent 38 species. That is the greatness of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Out of the 48 species of mangroves represented in the whole of Asia, we the Andaman Nicobar Islands has 38 species. So that is the point which we will like to highlight in this during the mangrove workshop. Then area-wise, the largest mangrove system in the world as well as in India is the Sundarbans in West Bengal. After that, Gujarat forms the second rank. After Gujarat and West Bengal, third largest mangrove system is represented by Andaman Nicobar Islands. Another uniqueness of the Andaman Nicobar Islands mangroves are this is the richest and most diversified ecosystem of mangroves throughout the country. Though West Bengal and Gujarat has more area under mangrove cover than Andaman Nicobar Islands, but when we see the species richness as well as the density, Andaman Nicobar Islands are the number one because other states are far behind Andaman Nicobar Islands as far as the number of species are concerned, as well as density also. Though Sundarban has more area under mangrove cover, their mangroves are mostly open. Similar is the case with Gujarat also. The cover is there or the area is more, but the actual mangrove density is very less. They are mostly open. So that's why density wise, our mangrove forests are very dense in thick. So that is called density. So density wise, Andaman Nicobar Island is the number one in the whole country. So these are the three important aspects of mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Islands. They are the most diverse, they are the most species rich, and they are the third largest in the country. So this is the uniqueness of mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Islands. This is just the global distribution of mangroves, with the most number of species are represented by Indonesia, which is represented by 50 species. In the whole of India, there are about 46 species, in which 38 species are represented by Andaman Nicobar Islands. This is the area-wise distribution of mangroves in the whole of the India. As I already told, West Bengal ranks
As
the
I
first,
already told,
followed
West
by
Bengal
Gujarat,
ranked the
then
first,
Andaman
followed
Nicobar
by
Islands
Gujarat, then
is
Andaman
second.
Nicobar Islands
We
is
had
second. We
lost
had
a large area of
lost
mangroves,
a
especially
large area
Nicobars,
of
during
mangroves,
tsunami.
especially Nicobars.
This is the total representation of species of Andaman Nicobar Islands. The highest is in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. This is the mangrove rich areas of the India subcontinent. We have West Coast and East Coast as well as Andaman Nicobar Islands. This is the three regions of mangrove rich areas in the country. This is the global distribution of mangroves. You can see the brown and deep red colors that represent the maximum richness areas, that is the Southeast Asian countries, and that is the area also where maximum number of threatened species also occur. So maximum diversity as well as maximum
As well as
threat status species are also located
maximum
in the
threat
Southeast Asian
status
countries.
species are also located in the Southeast Asian countries.
This is the complete list of mangroves of species. This is all scientific name. You may not be familiar, but we have given you the diary. So in that the further details has been given. As I already told, natural calamities play a role in the destruction of the mangroves. We all know the impact of tsunami. Because of the impact of tsunami, our mangrove areas were heavily affected. Because of the tectonic plate movement during the 2004 tsunami, the mangroves of northern group of Andaman Nicobar Islands were uplifted. So, since the landmass got uplifted, the mangroves does not require or does not get a regular flow of seawater, because the mangroves always require
Because
regular
the
flow of
mangroves
seawater
always require
twice in a
regular
day.
flow of
If
seawater
that regular
twice in
seawater
a
is
day.
not available,
If
slowly,
that
slowly
regular
they will get
seawater
dry.
is not
So what
available,
happened
slowly and
in
slowly they
North
will get
Andaman is
dry.
like that.
So
The
what happened
landmass got
in North
uplifted
Andaman
for
is
about
like
1
that the
meter.
landmass
So
got
mangroves are
uplifted for about
permanently
1
devoid
meter.
of any
So
seawater.
mangroves
So
are
they started
permanently
slowly and
devoid of
slowly
any
drying.
seawater. So they
Coming into
started
the
slowly
southern
and
group
slowly drying.
from South
Coming
Andaman
into
to
the
Nicobar
southern
group,
group from
the landmass
South Andaman
got
to Nicobar
subsided
group,
for about
the
1 meter.
landmass got
So what
subsided for
happened?
about 1 meter.
They become permanent
So what
inundation.
happened? They
As I
become
already told,
permanent
they require
inundation.
only
As I
mangrove
already told, they
water
require
wash only
only
twice a
mangrove
day.
water
But now
wash
what the
only
situation is that in
twice a
Nicobar,
day.
because of the
But now what the
submergence of
situation is that
landmass
in
for about
Nicobar,
1
because
meter,
of the submergence of
permanently
landmass
that
for about 1
mangroves
meter,
are
permanently that
mangrove root
mangroves
portion
are
is permanently
mangrove
underwater
root
throughout the
portion
day.
is
So that
permanently
also
underwater throughout the day.
become
So
lot of
that also
stress on the plant, and they
becomes
also
lot of
started drying slowly
stress
and
on the
slowly.
plant, and they
So what
also
is
started trying slowly
mostly
and slowly.
unaffected
So
areas are
what
the
is
middle Andaman
mostly
region and South
unaffected
Andaman
areas are
region.
the middle
Both the
Andaman
regions,
region and South
northern
Andaman
Andaman as
region.
well as the
Both the
Nicobar group,
regions, northern Andaman
existing
as well
mangroves
as
are
the
heavily
Nicobar groups,
damaged, but
existing mangroves are heavily
regeneration has been
damaged,
started
but
slowly and slowly.
regeneration has been started slowly and
This
slowly.
is the tsunami effect in the
This is
Great
the
Nicobar.
tsunami
You can see
affecting the
the famous lighthouse in the Indira Point. Now, regarding the threat status of the mangroves, as an entire ecosystem, mangroves are highly threatened, just like coral reefs. And if you see the threat status, they are more threatened than the tropical rainforest. At least 35% of the area of mangrove forest has been lost in the past 2 decades, mostly because of the development activities in the seashore, aquaculture, oil exploration, and similar activities.
exploration and similar activities.
Another important factor which reduce the mangrove
Another important factor
proportion
which
in
reduces
Andaman
the
Nicobar
mangrove
Islands is patchy nature of the
proportion in
mangrove.
Andaman Nicobar
Here in
Islands is
Andaman
patchy
Nicobar
nature
Islands,
of the
mangrove
mangrove.
occurs as a
Here in
narrow
Andaman
belt
Nicobar Islands,
in the
mangrove
seashore.
occurs as a
But in the
narrow
case
belt
of
in
Sundarbans
the
and
seashore.
Krishna
But in the
Delta, you
case
can
of
see vast
Sundarbans and
areas of mangrove
Krishna
as well as in
Delta,
the
you can
Godavari
see
Delta.
vast areas of
So there
mangrove as well as
mangroves
in the
are occupied
Godavari
as a big
Delta.
colonies.
So
But in
there
the case of
mangroves are
Andaman,
occupied as a
we
big
have only
colonies. But in
narrow
the case
stretch
of
of
Andaman,
mangroves.
we have
Once there
only
is
narrow
any
stretch
change
of
in the sea
mangrove.
rise
So once
or
there
in
is
the
any
level of
change in
water,
the sea rise
this
or in the
small
level of
or
water,
narrow strip of
this
mangroves will
small
damage.
or narrow strip of mangrove.
This is another threat for mangroves. This is not from Andaman. This is mostly from the Southeast Asia. Large areas of mangroves are being converted for aquaculture and rice cultivation. See, this is also a growing threat for the global mangrove distribution. This is the again the same picture. The globally threatened species. Most of the species represented by Southeast Asian countries, they are
Species represented by
highly
Southeast Asian
threatened.
countries, they are highly
Now we
threatened.
have 7 species of mangroves in
Now we
Andaman
have
Nicobar
seven
Island also
species of
globally threatened. These are the list of species. It has been given in the diary. You can later on you can go upon that. You can get details. So 7 species of Andaman Nicobar Island mangroves has been classified under different categories of IUCN. So that is being listed as most of them are near threatened, and one
them
species
are
called
nearly
Sonaracia
near
griffithii.
threatened, and one
They are critically
species
endangered
called Sonaracia
globally. So
griffithii,
that
they
species
are
also
critically endangered
available in Andaman
globally.
Nicobar
So
Island in
that
certain
species
pockets.
also
available in Andaman Nicobar Island in certain pockets. And some of the species, that is 6 species, are locally restricted in Andaman Nicobar Islands. That means they will be available in other parts of the world, but in as far as Andaman Nicobar Islands is concerned, their distribution is very less. So these are the 6 species which are locally restricted in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So this is the a brief just introduction for this topic. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any doubts, you can just raise any queries within 2 minutes. Otherwise, we can raise any discuss during the panel discussion. Otherwise, we can thank you. Discuss during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that highly informative and engaging
Thank you,
overview.
sir, for that highly
Your presentation
informative
has
and
provided
engaging
us with a
overview.
strong foundation and
Your
a deeper
presentation has
context
provided us
for
with
the
a strong
technical sessions
foundation and a
ahead.
deeper context
With this
for the
valuable
technical
perspective
sessions
setting
ahead.
the stage,
With
we
this
now move
valuable
forward
perspective
to the
setting the
technical
stage,
sessions of
we
the
now move
workshop.
forward to the
Science
technical
gives us
sessions of the
understanding, and
workshop.
understanding
Science
guides
gives us
conservation.
understanding, and
The
understanding
next, it
guides
is indeed my
conservation.
privilege to
The
welcome you
next,
all
it is
to the
indeed my
technical
privilege
session
to
1,
welcome you
which is
all to
centered
the
on the
technical
theme
session 1,
role of
which is
mangroves in
centered on
coastal
the theme
protection
role
and
of
climate
mangroves
change
in coastal
mitigation.
protection and
Mangroves are
climate
often
change
described as
mitigation.
nature's front line,
Mangroves are
defenders
often
which
described as
stand
nature's front
resilient
line,
on land and the
defenders
sea and
which stand
safeguarding our
resilient
coast
on
from
land and the
erosion,
sea and
storm,
safeguarding
and
our
the
coast
intensifying
from
impacts of the
erosion,
climate change.
storm, and the
Their
intensifying
ecological
impacts of the
significance is
climate
as
change.
profound
Their
as it
ecological
is
significance is
indispensable.
as profound as it
I
is
have a greater
indispensable.
privilege in
I
introducing
have
you
a greater
to our
privilege
main
in
expert
introducing
speaker
you
of
to
this
our
session,
main
Dr.
expert
B.
speaker of this
Nagarajan.
session,
He is a
Dr.
scientist
B.
G
Nagarajan. He
from
is a
the
scientist
IFGTB
G
Coimbatore.
from
His
the
alma mater
IFGTB
is
Coimbatore.
Madras
His
Christian
alma
College,
mater
University of
is
Madras,
Madras Christian
Oxford
College,
Forestry
University of
Institute,
Madras,
Department
Oxford
of Plant
Forestry
Science,
Institute,
Department of Plant
Department of
Sciences,
Plant Science,
University of Georgia,
Department of Plant
USA,
Sciences,
Department of
University of
Botany,
Georgia,
Bhatiyar
USA,
University.
Department of Botany,
His
Bhatiyar
current
University.
positions held
His
are
current
he is a permanent
positions
member
held
of the
are
Bureau
he
of
is
Indian
a
Standards.
permanent member of
He
the
is the
Bureau of Indian
current
Standards.
position of
He is
ISFRI
the
National Matter
current position
Subject
of
Specialist of
ISFRI
Mangrove.
National
He
Matter
is from
Subject
Tamil
Specialist
Nadu
of
Mangrove
Mangrove.
Working Group.
He is
He
from
is a
Tamil
member
Nadu
of the
Mangrove Working Group. He is a
National
member of the
Phenological Network USA.
National Phenological
The
Network
expert
USA.
has many projects
The
also
expert
undertaken in the
has
field of
many
mangrove
projects
conservation,
also
of
undertaken in
which
the field
there
of
are
mangrove
around 8
conservation,
projects
of which
which are
there are
totally
around
dedicated for the
8
mangrove
projects
conservation.
which are totally dedicated for the
The
mangrove
expert
conservation.
specialist has around
The expert
5
specialist
journals
has
to his
around
credit
five
and also has
journals
around
to his
6
credit and
books.
also has
He
around
has been
6
invited as an
books.
expert
He has been
specialist to
invited as
many
an expert
seminars in the country
specialist to
and
many
outside.
seminars in the country and
May
outside.
I have the honor of inviting our
May I
esteemed
have the
speaker,
honor
Dr.
of
Nagarajan, to
inviting our
kindly deliver
esteemed
his
speaker,
expertise.
Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Nagarajan, to kindly deliver his expertise.
Yeah. Just run that forward. Green one. If you reverse on the red, if you spot any light, it's fine. I got it. In case I'm stuck, I'll call it. Yeah. Hi there. Sorry, if I'm
Hi
stopping
there.
any of your friends eat
Sorry
biryani.
if I'm stopping any of your friends eat biryani.
Okay. This is just an
Okay.
introduction. I
This
am
is
no
just an
expert.
introduction.
I'm
I
just
am no
a curious
expert.
student in mangrove.
I'm
In
just
fact,
a
I have the
curious
honor
student in
of
mangroves.
making the world
In
dirty
fact, I have the honor
because
of making the
my
world
job is
dirty
largely to develop
because
pre-hybrids,
my
and
job is
mostly I work
largely
for
to
paper
develop
mills.
pre-hybrids,
And
and mostly I work for paper mills.
in
And
2000, I thought that whatever
in 2000, I thought that
the wrong
whatever
I'm doing in my life, I will do something right.
the wrong I'm doing in
So
my
I
life,
chose
I
to
will
work on
do something
mangroves.
right.
So
So I chose to work
it's
on
a
mangroves.
strange coincidence.
So
I come to
it's
this
a
island from
strange coincidence.
1972
I
because my
come to this
father was an
island from
elephant doctor. He
1972
used to come
because
here
my
as
father
a
was an elephant
consultant a
doctor.
long time
So
back.
he used to come here as a
Hitchhiking the Hindu
consultant long
plain
time
those
back.
days, they used to.
Hitchhiking the Hindu
So
plain those
my
days,
connection
they
here is
used
quite
to.
robust, and
So
I was a
my
part of the
connection here is
tsunami,
quite robust,
post
and
tsunami
I was a part of
plantation
the
development,
tsunami,
and all those things.
post-tsunami
I've done some mistakes,
plantation
of
development, and
course.
all those things.
I'm learning.
I've done some
It's
mistakes,
an honor
of
to
course.
have
I'm learning.
you all
It's an honor
students.
to have
So
you
my
all
job is
students.
we'll be dovetailing
So
because
my job
Dr.
Nehru is
we'll
here,
be dovetailing because Dr. Nehru
who
is
has a
here,
lot of concerns in Nicobar. So
who
normally when
has a
we
lot of
come here and
concerns in
work,
Nicobar.
generally we
So
don't use the
normally
local
when we come here
intelligence.
and work, generally
We
we don't use
always
the
try
local
to bring in
intelligence.
people, pay them so
We
much, and I
always try
always
to
used to
bring in
wonder why is
people,
that we
pay
don't
them
have
so much,
working
and I
groups,
always used to wonder why is that we
particularly
don't have working
in
groups,
red listed ecosystem species
particularly
like mangroves,
in
because we are very
red-listed
close.
ecosystem
So I
species
will
like
just give some
mangroves, because we are
ideas
very close.
what is really
So I will
happening in
just give
coastal
some
protection throughout
ideas
the world,
what is
but
really
then
happening in
what is
coastal
really
protection
happening
throughout the
here,
world,
and how
but
well
then
we
what is
can
really
think about
happening
this.
here and how well
Um,
we can think
this
about.
is
Now,
not a bird
um,
which belongs
this
here.
is not a bird
This is from the
which
mainland.
belongs here,
In
but this
Malayalam,
is
this is
from the
called
mainland.
Sundari Kandar, Bruguera
In
generoris,
Malayalam, this is called Sundari Kandam,
and
Bruguera
it is
generoris,
exclusively pollinated only by this bird.
and it is exclusively pollinated
So
only by this
we'll
bird.
come back to this. There is a
So
record here.
we'll come back to
There are three
this.
species
There
of
is a record here.
sunbirds here.
There are three species of
This is
sunbirds
Nectarinia,
here.
and you have a
This is
species called
Nectarinia,
Nectarinia
and you have a
jugularis,
species called
subspecies Class A.
Nectarinia jugularis,
Now, when you move from 11
subspecies
degree
class A.
latitude to 6 degree
Now, when you
latitude,
move
one
from 11-degree
beautiful
latitude to six
biometrics
degree latitude,
happens.
one beautiful
The
biometrics happens.
beak of
The
the sunbird
beak
gets
of
reduced in
the
size.
sunbird
I'm
gets
not telling
reduced
on
in
evolutionary
size.
data. I checked with
I'm
the
not
data of
telling on
Salim Ali in
evolutionary data.
VNHS.
I checked with the data
Although
of Salim
all the
Ali in
materials checked. So,
VNHS.
an interesting point
All the materials
is
checked.
there a
So
way to see
the
these
interesting point
sunbirds?
is there a way
Like
to
your
see
tigers,
these
they
sunbirds?
also come to a
Like your
particular
tigers,
place
they
and scratch their
also
head
come
every
to a
day.
particular place
Because when they
and scratch
pollinate,
their
they
head
get
every
loaded
day.
with pollen and
Because when they
sucrose.
pollinate, they
Actually,
get
before
loaded
going
with
for
pollen
pollination, they
and
will come for
sucrose.
bathing
Actually,
also.
before going
It's
for
very
pollination,
interesting
they
to
will come
watch.
for
Right here in
bathing also.
Sholbay
It
12,
is very interesting to
Sholbay
watch.
9,
Right here in
some
Sholbay 12,
recordings I have done.
Sholbay 9,
Why I am
some
telling this is
recordings I
early
have done.
morning you can go and record this,
Why I am
which we
telling this
cannot
is early
come and do
morning
from
you
the
can
mainland,
go and record this,
unless and
which we
until
cannot
you
come and do from
guys
the
take your
mainland,
cameras and go
unless
there
and
and work.
until you guys take
Uh,
your cameras and go there and work.
am I stuck?
Uh, I mean,
Yeah. Can I move on? Yeah. So we will talk about by
yeah.
and large about coastal
So
protection. What
we
went
will
wrong?
talk about by and large about
Why
coastal protection.
intricate
What
plant
went
animal
wrong?
interactions are important? How
Why
could we?
intricate plant
How
animal
could
interactions
mangroves
are
be mitigatory tools? Are they mitigatory tools? What's really happening in the country? Now, my only purpose here is to inspire you. You guys have one of the maybe the best mangroves on the earth, but you are not proud of it. And how do we make proud of it? That will be my the next 30 minutes time spending. Morning CS was talking about the connection between our land and but he said that he needs to study. The interesting thing is, mind you, mangroves are there in the culture of we people. Okay, this is called Neidal Tinai. We get connected. So very interestingly, there is one poem which says that the pearl that is formed, freshly unpolished pearl, looks like the flower of Rhizophora, not Mucornata, but Epiculata. Really, when you see that, you will really see that it looks like pearl only. So with that, we'll start Kurundakai, and this is one of the major problems. You see them here, you see them everywhere, but you don't give a damn to them because it is available to you. So
to
you
them?
don't give a big
Because
thought
it is
process to
available
them.
to you.
So this is called tragedy of
So
commons.
you don't give
Why don't
a
we
big
why
thought
don't we
process
take a
for
book?
it.
Who stopped you in
So this
taking a
is called
book
tragedy of
late
commons. Why don't
evening to
we
bamboo
why don't we
flat
take
and
a
start
book? Who
recording?
stopped you in taking a
Nobody
book
stopped you, right?
late
Instead of
evening to
spending
bamboo
some
flat and start
time on that
recording?
stupid
Nobody stopped you, right?
phone or
Instead of
whatever you call it,
spending some time on that
suddenly
stupid
you can go back and,
uh,
and, and spend some time
phone
there.
or whatever you call.
So it is very important. As students, you should know what is law. What are the methodologies? So if you see that the CBD says that it is your responsibility. Why is that I should fund you to come and take care of your mangroves? It's your damn responsibility. If you don't have respect, then that is your problem. That's what CBD thinks about. Now, one of the most interesting thing is there's one beautiful study. Most of we people in forestry consider this
Thing
called
is,
old field.
there's one beautiful
Now, old
study.
field
Most of
paper
we people
says that
in forestry
some
consider
plants
this
have
called
suddenly
old field.
been lost
The old
from the
field
map of the world.
paper
You might
says
ask a
that
question. Yes,
some
dinosaurs
plants have
existed.
suddenly been lost
So
from
what?
the map of the world.
If that's the
You might
question,
ask a
then you
question.
ask
Yes,
an
dinosaurs
answer. I don't
existed.
have an answer for that.
So what?
Nevertheless,
If
what
that's
do
the
you
question,
do to take care of these particular plants? So this is how we work. All are talking about Iran, but that was the blessed place where Ramsar wanted to protect the mangroves. So it is like this. We have a policy, we have public, and we have these are the three things. But everywhere it is connected. But why is that we are not getting connected? That is the question. Let us see. In the whole world, if you put a
Connected. That
map of
is the
DNA,
question.
the
Let us
South
see. In the
Pacific
whole
is
world, if
the
you put a
Pacific,
map,
and it is a different kind of. And when you go towards the other side of the hemisphere, it is a different type of haplotype by means of DNA. This is like our races, Mongoloid race, Caucasian race, like that. Now you see India, how conveniently it is placed. You have both out of the three haplotypes, you have two haplotypes, and one is exclusive to Andamans. For instance, if you ask me a flora of British India, I'm too good at it. But if you ask me Parkinson's, I'm a big
ask me
zero,
a flora of British
because
India, I'm no good at it.
it is flora
But
Malaysiana.
if you
I
ask me
have nothing, no
Parkinson's, I'm
idea
a
at
big
all.
zero
Indo-Malaysiana flora,
because this
I'm
is
not good at it. Maybe I'm good
this
at it.
flora
So this is
Malaysiana.
how
I have nothing, no
starting
idea
here.
at all. Indo-Malaysiana
So,
flora, I'm not good at it.
so these are the threats. You move around any part, starting from 10-degree latitude to 6-degree latitude Nicobar, you will certainly find any of these problems coming. This is how the threats for the coastal protection. Even a sewerage. Today morning, when I was driving back from Sidia Top, I've seen clear water in the sewage 20 years back. Today, it was a horror. I couldn't. And you know one thing, every harpic you pump in, every
And you know
load
one
of
thing, every Harpic
that
you pump in,
vertical wash
every
machine you pump in,
load
you
of
are pumping in so many
that
particles of
vertical wash machine you pump in, you are
it is
pumping
so much
in
of detergent.
so many
You don't see them
particles of
as a particle, but that particle cuts
it
off
is so much of detergent you don't see them
light
as
penetration.
a particle, but that particle cuts
Unknowingly, you're
off.
doing every day. Fine, that's not so. If you see the whole process, we are all very proud of champion and Seth classification of forestry. But the 4B, S1 or S2, whatever B, what champion and Seth, they didn't write coming sitting here in Andamans. So
They
the very
didn't write
understanding of
coming sitting here
forestry
in
is
Andamans.
like, for instance, if you take my way of
So the
understanding
very
back in the
understanding of
homeland,
forestry is
Tamil Nadu
like, for
had
instance,
one
if
working
you
plan
take my way
traceable to
of understanding
1950,
back in the
which is by Shetty.
homeland,
And then
Tamil
there is
Nadu
a second.
had
The
one
working plan
working
is
plan
nothing but how we
traceable to
manage forest.
1950,
Okay.
which is by
In
Shetty.
1950, we
And
had
then there is a second.
because
A
the
working plan
linguistic
is
states
nothing but
coming
how
in,
we manage forests.
Shetty
Okay. In
plan.
1950,
After
we had,
Shetty,
because
1960s
the linguistic
Venkadesan,
states coming in,
1960
Shetty
Thangam, and 1970
plan.
Venkadesan.
After
One
Shetty,
interesting thing is,
1960s Venkateshan,
I was always wondering how is
1960
that
Thangam, and
Thangam represents
1970
so well
Venkateshan. One
about
interesting thing
mangrove.
is, I
Interestingly,
was always
Thangam
wondering how is that
was
Thangam
working
represents
as
so
a
well
second
about mangroves.
in command to
Interestingly,
Chengapa.
Thangam was
That is why the
working
mangrove
as
working
a
plan was
second
so good. So he
in
came back
command
to Tamil
to
Nadu and
Chengapa.
started working on it. So all
That is
the
why the mangrove working
1944
plans was so good. So he came
plans
back
that
to
he
Tamil
drew
Nadu and started working on it. So
that was the
all the
inspiration for him when he made that.
1944
Now,
plans.
this particular point, mangroves are not independent forests. They are supported by some other forests. Nutrition has to come from somewhere. Water will bring in you sediment. So if you remove a forest which is surrounding it,
Water will bring
this
in you
forest will
sediment.
suffer.
So if you
So that is
remove a
why here
forest
you don't have
which
a
is
problem.
surrounding it,
The coastal is
this forest will
completely
suffer.
protected because have
So
different
that
kinds
is
of
why
forest. You
here you
remove that
don't
forest,
have a
mangrove is
problem.
finished. That is
The
what is
coastal
happening
is
in Tamil
completely
Nadu.
protected because
Because
have
there is a
different
place
kinds
called
of forest.
Pichavaram.
You remove that
That
forest,
is
mangrove is
14
finished.
square
That
kilometer
is what is
forest.
happening in Tamil Nadu.
But this was
Because there is a place called
3,000 years
Pichavaram.
back
That
completely
is a
dry,
14
dry
square kilometer
evergreen
forest.
forest. But that dry
But this
evergreen forest was
was
converted into paddy
3,000
fields.
years back
So Pichavaram cannot
completely
survive.
dry evergreen forest. But that dry evergreen
You
forest was
need to
converted
surrogate
into
this.
paddy fields.
It's like a
So
baby.
Pichavaram cannot survive.
So this is called
You need to
retraction. You
surrogate
can see here.
this. It's like
This is Pichavaram, and you can see that the corner is a forest, and you can see that these are all been converted into wetlands. Again, paddy, but a different kind of wetland. But it is not supporting the forest. That is why the problem comes in. So, what do you do with a forest, such a kind of forest? You can see a similar situation in Kerala. What really does is, here is an interesting system. This particular mangrove, very interestingly, has a photosynthetic process only 50% of the day. When the salt water comes in, they will
they
stop.
has a photosynthetic
Only when
process
the
only
fresh water
50%
comes,
of the
they
day.
will start doing
When
their
the salt
photosynthesis.
water
It's
comes
very
in, they will
interesting. That is
stop.
why the wood is so dense.
Only when the fresh
Okay.
water comes.
Now, these are all some problems we are seeing throughout the world. That is similar to our motility problem in men. So much of problem in sterility, male sterility. Then there is a problem in female sterility, very similar to our PCOD mechanisms. So there is a problem in zygote, there is a problem in gamete. Who works about this? Is it a necessity for us to work on this? If the question is asked, why would a private company sit and work on this? Why is that an old scientist should continuously work on this? But the question is, these plants cannot produce seeds like other plants. Every day they have to produce food for their babies. As Dr. Jojo said, vivipary. Actually,
Dr.
this particular
Our
terminology is called
Jojo said,
blastocarpy.
vivipary.
Vivipary is
Actually,
which
this
we commonly
particular
use is
terminology
actually
is
more
called
a kind of
blastocarpy.
like your
Vivipary
guppies,
is
fishes,
which we commonly
they
use is
make
actually
babies.
more a
That is
kind
vivipary.
of
This is called
like your
blastocarpy.
guppies, fishes,
The fruit,
they
the
make
embryo will penetrate
babies.
the fruit
That
like a
is
worm.
vivipary.
That's how
This
it
is
is
called
happening there. Now,
blastocarpy.
this is one of the most common things that is happening throughout the country. Achlorophyllus propagules. They are losing the mechanisms of photosynthesis. This particular photograph, thanks to Jojo, 2004 we photographed. This is Bruguera parviflora flowers, exclusively pollinated by butterflies. There are hardly 3 or 4 trees. You can go there. It used to be in Bamboo Flat. And when you travel there to Sholbe 9 or 12 or in Kalatang, you find some 6 or 7 trees.
And
That's it.
when you
If you
travel
want to
there
study, the whole
to
world has to
Sholbe
come to
9 or
Andamans.
12
Be
or in
proud.
Kalatang, you find some 6 or 7
So if
trees.
you
That's it.
go early in the morning, you will
If you
find
want to
so
study,
many
the whole world
butterflies.
has to come to
So many
Andamans. Be
butterflies.
proud.
And in fact, we made it a
So
policy.
if you go
We will
early
never
in the
catch a
morning, you will
butterfly.
find
We only
so many
recorded it
butterflies.
through video.
So many
So
butterflies.
there you
And
can see the pollen. How much pollen? Once the bird touches, that much of pollen is dusted. So this is the case. You can see that is in west coast, 10-degree latitude 76, and this is 11-degree latitude. So now you see the size of the propagule. If a classical taxonomist come, he might even give 2 different names for the same species. Sorry, but that is how variations exist. This is because of not of the genetics part alone. It is because of the nutrition. Right. Trust me, that is Nagarajan. I was working on Marsipalias. What I have in my hand is a small joey. So this is blastocarpy. The complete coastal protection happens through this particular mechanism. How food is absorbed by the plant. Now, if you forget this process, now joeys are like this. They stay on their mothers. Likewise, mangroves, they have to stay on their mothers. Otherwise, they don't get into full shape. So this particular mechanism exists only in rhizophoraceae. And this happens only half of the day when fresh water comes in. Right. Adaptive variations. The same species, you can see there, that is in Pichavaram, it is not even 1 foot. But come here to Andamans, it is 1 meter. But interestingly, there it stays there on the mother for hardly 6 months. But here I have recorded even 1 year, 4 months. So this is called adaptive variation. A plant itself understands the location and releases the
so this
seeds
is called
the way
adaptive
how it
variation.
has
A
to be done.
plant itself.
Right. Now, there is something called a new subject which is called biometeorology. You can see here, it is very simple. 3 different locations, but the plants react 3 different ways. Their flowering pattern, their fruiting pattern, their seeding pattern, their development into a coast itself changes with latitudes. But then that is not mere latitudinal change. It is because the nutrition that the forest is getting. Right. Now let's see. 1911, J.D. Hooker writes about a plant that it is a small plant. But you can see here, Hortus malabaricus, written in 1670 by Van Breed. He says that it is a large tree, which is a truth. They are classical taxonomists. But the truth is, such a tree is existing. It is in a backyard of somebody's backyard in backyard. I don't think you have seen such a big Bruguera cylindrica tree. Yeah, yeah. Because this, we tracked it. It is around 350 years or so. Now, if you go and tell that particular gentleman that I will give you money, please maintain the tree, he will be interested.
150 years or so.
He will
Now,
tell
if you
you.
go on particular gentleman that I will give you money, please maintain the
അവിടെ
tree, he will be
നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്
interested.
പിന്നെ
Then he will tell,
ഇവിടെ അത്ര പേര് അത്ര
ഞാനവിടെ
ഗൾഫിലുണ്ട്
അവിടെ
what should I maintain the tree
നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്
for you, he will ask.
പിന്നെ
So
പിള്ളേ
now we
അത്ര
thought
പേര്
about how
അത്ര
about giving a
they are
tree patta
Gulf
to them. Now this was also a coast. Where have they protected? So this is very interesting. Sometimes rhizosphoraceae cheats taxonomies. It's very difficult. Same story, Bruguera sexangula. This I recorded in a small place called Kumbalangi. And this, the same Bruguera sexangula, somewhere, this tree may not be alive. 2005 I recorded as the Kishori Nagar went up. This was the only tree which I recorded personally. Now, what really happens is, this is how taxonomy is with difference of land space. Now, this is your material, your material, right? Same case, Seriops. This I recorded somewhere in a remote island near Rameshwaram, Pumarichan Islands. This is somewhere near a place near Kishori Nagar again. But you can see that the land has started changing. 2005 itself, you can see that grass has come in. I see some, I don't know what is that. What is that, Karthik? Could it be like that? Looks like within 3 years this happened. Within 3 years it happened. So this is again the problem. Even today I was talking about some of my friends, wave action. By planting wrong species, we succumb to wave action. Uh, this is back at Pichavaram. Very interesting thing. Now, if you see that, the crowns are in fact organized into small,
Interesting thing.
small photosynthetic
Now, if you
units.
see that,
This is why in Tamil
the
it is called
crowns are
Endirai
in
Kandal.
fact
It's like
organized
a
into
girl singing and
small,
dancing,
small
with her
photosynthetic
hands like that.
units.
That's called
This is
Endirai
why
Kandal.
in
So,
Tamil it is
all
called.
photosynthetically it is beautifully taken care of. You can see that I'm working on the ladder on a polar view. So, the tree adjusts itself wherever it goes. According to the coastlines, it will change its architecture. Right. So what do we talk about? We are talking about, when we talk about protection, we are talking about regeneration, we are talking about restocking, we are talking about recovery, and we are talking about restoration. Again, I have just chosen a demarc land. So now what really happens is uh, the complexity of the forest. The same forest, 3,500 years back, Pichavaram was a site which received both southwest and northeast monsoon. There were nearly 100 species existing there. That's what my data says when we put auger and take out pollen. So many, in fact, one of my seniors called Dr. Vasanti, she recorded something like Palaquium, which is the evergreen species right there in Pichavaram. But um, the most important part comes now. The kind of carbon that this forest fix is very important.
The
It's one of the
kind of
highest. But
carbon
interestingly,
that this forest
today it is
fix is very
Badapani
important.
has come. The next 3 days it's
It's one
going
of
to
the
be high
highest.
tech.
But interestingly,
Now, none of your
today it
mangroves
is
are going to work.
Badapani has come. The next 3 days it's going to be
They're not going to
high
work.
tech.
They'll stop.
Now,
Partially
none of your mangroves
photosynthesizing.
are going to work.
Interestingly, to us it is a green forest.
They're not going
When
to
you
work.
go there and see
They'll
their
stop.
stomatal mechanisms, it looks like a desert. They have sunken stomata. All the mechanisms are xerophytic rather than mesophytic. So this is the most important thing. So one of the best carbon protection happens in mangroves. Uh, and very interestingly, it changes between species. At times, here also, some 2 hybrids, 3 hybrids also occur in Andamans. Maybe you need to create a hybrid working group. You can see here, some trees are tall. This is what we call heterosis, where productivity is more in a given location. This is because they have changed their photosynthesis mechanism. It is very simple. All hybrids do is they pump out more water. That's all. This is like you have a sump and you have a pump. If you have a 5 HP motor, in no time you can push it out. If you have a quarter HP motor, you will be doing the whole day. That's how mangroves work. So such kind of hybrids, the most number of hybrids, interestingly, is available only in Andamans. Where do we have the data? Right. So you can see here the density part of it, abundance part of it. And then the most interesting thing is the reproductive success part of it. How many flowers are born? How many flowers are getting into fruits? How many fruits are getting into seedlings? That is not even 1 million. 1 in 1 million doesn't get converted. So as the coast changes, pollinators are gone. For instance, there is one species called Cereps decandra. It is exclusively pollinated by solitary bees, not by social bees. Now, what has really happened is in the post-tsunami, so much of changes came into the soil matrix. Most of the bees have abandoned because the soil has become so tough. It is very difficult for them to build the nests. I can show you that. Now, this happens. Now you can see that it looks like a burnt appearance and the embryos are dead. This is because higher intrusion of salt water, physiological changes. Again, here you can see that small spot, which is a pollen loading. And here you don't see pollen loading. Nearly 95% to 97% of this particular species, pollinators don't come at all because they don't have forage. Insect visitation patterns, they have changed. Now here, this is a small place somewhere in Nahapattinam. This is a 1 hectare plot. That is the soil where these bees live. Now, when you keep on planting in a program which you do not know what to plant, when to plant, how to give space for your pollinators, then you're lost. That's how they live. Now, for interestingly, there is one small work in 1962. This is how these bees build their ground nesting bees. So now you track them on a camera. This is how their bee nests will be there. Now, my question will be very interesting. Let Cereops decanter go to hell. Why is that we should pay money?
Be there.
No, that's not the answer. Once you
Now, my
pull
question
a
will be very
particular
interesting.
species in a
Let
given
Stereops
ecosystem,
Decanter go to
the
hell. Why
seasonal
is that we should pay
functionality
money?
goes. Very interestingly,
No,
we have
that's not the
seen that
answer.
Cereops
Once you
decandra
pull a
leaves
particular
are so
species in a
much
given
preferred by
ecosystem, the seasonal
Pronomplis,
functionality goes. Very
Nomplis stage
interestingly,
of
we have
your
seen that Cereops Decandra
crustaceans. Very
leaves
interesting.
are so much.
Very important. This is a very simple work. Every one of you in the college can do. All you need to know is soil science basic, one small, every month you can take a report from a particular plot and it you send to me. I'll be glad to correlate it and tell you what is the kind of changes that is happening in the soil, which doesn't make anything. All you have to do is slip a small core borer, which you can do it in no time. Now, let's see what's really happening throughout the world. Let's see what an intrusion. This is one lifeline data which I'm giving you. You can see here the pH has changed. In a square kilometer, in 10 square kilometers, when the pH changes, you know what really happens? The soil becomes numb. It won't regenerate at all. So when you put a plant to grow, it is not going to grow. So this is happening in many of our mangroves throughout the world. I'm not telling in Andamans, but this is a place where we are now working. What regeneration because usually in forest, the soil has to be acidic, not alkaline to this level. And yeah, we have been working on how genetics has changed. Now look at this. We'll come back to the data getting. Now, this particular, that's the tongue of the sunbird. You have to watch it for quite some time. Bird watchers, please be. If it pushes 10 or 15 times in a given point of time, this says that the mangrove has more nectar and pollen because it's cleaning its tongue. If it doesn't, it's an indicator that it's not doing at all. Now let's see the next slide. It will be very interesting. You can see here that particular bird, he's trying to take off that pollen. It is so sticky. Can you imagine like after eating an ice cream sticky? What do? You wash your hands. That's what he's trying to do. And that is called a post. In all mangroves, in all trees, there will be a post. You have to watch for it. When a particular tree has more number of posts, that means to say that more number of, we don't have this data for class CA. We don't have so these are all very simple, you can be a citizen scientist to me and develop this data. Thieves, he has nothing to do with but you would have seen Madhumaki here robbing away the resources. Many a times, once bees move in for a while, birds try to not to compete with them. They move away. So this is a very interesting process. This happens even in Andamans. I have recorded it. So let's see. One particular species, it was lost. Whether you can bring it back, you can see that this is nothing. Don't worry about it. Flower to fruit ratio, seedling to oil, and PR. PRS is nothing but pre-emergent reproductive success. You can see that 1 in 10,000 individuals are produced by self-pollination. I mean, 16 individuals in 10,000. And in open pollination, 16 individuals in 10,000 are produced. Now, if you just control pollinated, you can produce around 14.4 individuals. 100 flowers you operate, you can get 14 individuals. It's very easy. But all you have to do is build a ladder and go up like this. And the most important thing is what we are suffering back at mainland is the resource part of it. Because we don't have that forest resources coming, we supplement resources, the plant. So we did a small experiment, whether it is possible for us. And yeah, we did some pollination work. And we used to have this handheld. These are all some small frigidaires. You can store your pollen. You can in your haversack you can store it. It doesn't take much. I just use my computer laptops you know, uh, uh, the 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 laptop has a small fan, right? That fan I used for making this desiccator. It works. And most interestingly, students like you are very important. Now, these are my volunteers who collect the data on pollination. We have people constantly giving it in a particular location. Some people are from Kerala, some people are from Andhra Pradesh. So understand until now, this is one particular system called AMINT, which is automated incubated nursery system. Here, what we do is we track the tidal nutrition and give the nutrition to the seedlings so that RET species, like rare species like the Syriac decandra, need not grow that survivingly hard in forest. You can grow them for a while and then release them. This is like your penguin release, like your fishes, like your tigers of Thailand, making your own incubators. So it's working well. And very interestingly, very recently only I understood the root itself is so different. There is so much of genetics in the roots. All roots are not same in mangroves. Some are robust suckers. Some are basically just like that. This our Malis and our foresters may not know back in the nursery systems, but such kind of variations exist. It's very important. You can see that half of the plants are green and half of the plants are now brown, which means to say that the same amount of time in the incubator system, one set of seedlings have been able to produce more secondary xylem, which means to say that it has produced wood in a shorter time. The others were not able to produce wood. So there is a variation within the seedling system itself. So they are likely to establish well. Of course, we tried for a patent, but I thought that we'll keep it because now we are giving it throughout the world so that people are using it. And constantly we work. Now, even before Tamil Nadu government, very recently they have started a beautiful mission on mangroves, Green Tamil Nadu mission. But that is Dr. Archana Kalyani, who is no more. She is a top rated forester who used to help me a lot from Netherlands during formating years. Very unfortunately, we lost her to cancer. But with her, we were able to get some data and we were able to build up the working plan of Pichavaram. Now, the same methodology what we used for the nursery systems, now it has been pushed on. We have gone back. See, Pichavaram faced a problem like we started losing plants because of increased salinity. Very increasingly, within plants also the salinity tolerance varies. Like when we were sitting for photography, people were getting warmed up, right? What the hell these buggers are doing here around? So like that, some plants don't tolerate salinity within the species. Now, these are all very important factors we made. So this is how the original, it is a created forest, in fact. And now we are trying to subsidize it with the hybrids. And you can see that in 36 months, that is the kind of growth. Very interestingly, the rooting pattern of Rhizophora mucronata is very different that of Rhizophora
Growth.
apiculata. Now, if
Very
you travel to
interestingly,
Rangat,
the
that
rooting
miles and
pattern
miles of
of
thick
Rhizophora
roots,
mucronata is
they are
very
called looping
different
roots.
that of Rhizophora
That rooting
apiculata.
mechanism
Now, if
doesn't
you travel to
exist in
Rangat,
mucronata.
that
That is
miles and
only in
miles of
apiculata. So they have
thick
very different
roots,
rooting
they are
mechanisms.
called looping roots.
Uh, let's move on. Now, this is one important thing. We, with the help of the forest department, particularly uh, people like Jojo, who are very good in taxonomy and thought process, we should be able to develop some long-term ecological monitoring plots in size of 1 hectare or so. In turns, whether it is a botany student or a physics student or a chemistry student, in turns, every month you have to make a visit. All you have to do is take a soil sample, take a water sample, watch the flowering part of it, come back, put the record. And if you do that, you would have got something called, and it is possible, slowly and steadily you can build your own data. And yeah, we have been able to do a species recovery program, Bruguera sexangula, which was thought to be lost in the mainland. Now it is back. It is back into. And the future, it looks like a very gloomy picture. Very interestingly, some senior officers were asked about the eye color of their mothers and wives. Not many people were able to answer. The reason is they are familiar with the people, but they don't know. That's how mangroves we have dealt with. We know them, but still we are not personal with them. It's very important. And if you stop the structure part of it, you would have saved the function and services part of it. But to understand the structure is in trouble, you need to have a constant data development. So, in this process,
But to understand the
really
structure is
what
in
is coastal
trouble,
protection
you need
is
to have a constant data development.
like what today
So,
it started with Dr.
in this process, really what is coastal
our
protection is
Jojo. Look into the book.
like what
Out of
today
the
it
35,
started with
how many are
Dr.
familiar? How many did you
Uh,
visit?
our
How many are
Jojo.
not?
Look into the
When I
book.
can get back to that. For instance,
Out of the 35, how
very
many are
recently I
familiar?
visited Sri
How
Lanka.
many
It's a
did you
small
visit?
country with so much of problems.
How many are not?
So they don't
When I
have
can
money
get
for
back to that.
investing.
For instance,
They have a
very recently I
beautiful
visited Sri Lanka. It's a small
place
country with so much of
called
problems.
Memiselan
So
Arboretum.
they
They
don't
have
have money
32
for
species
investing.
assembled. All
They
of them
have
are
a
flowering,
beautiful
fruiting. Children are coming, taking data.
place
Likewise, right here in
called
Kalatang, you
Memiselan
have all
Arboretum.
the
They
brugueras
have
here.
32 species assembled.
It's a beautiful
All of
one
them are
hectare
flowering,
plot.
fruiting. Children are coming, taking
Just jump
data.
out of the jetty,
Likewise,
the
right here
plants are
in
waiting for
Kalatang,
you.
you
All you have
have
to do is
all the
build some
brugueras here with
ladders, go back on a daily
It's a
turn.
beautiful 1 hectare
Suppose
plot.
one day Jawaharlal Nehru College is going,
Just jump out
one
of
day
the jetty,
Mayamanda
the
College is
plants are
going,
waiting
one
for you.
day
All you have to
Middle
do is
Andaman
build some
people are going. You
ladders,
can keep on building
go
up
back on a
data.
daily
Pass
turn.
on
Suppose one
WhatsApp,
day Jawaharlal Nehru
develop a
College is
working
going,
group.
one day
You would
Mayabandha
have
College is
developed
going, one day
the first
Middle Andaman people are
Bruguera
going. You can keep on building up data.
arboretum
Pass
in
on
the whole world.
WhatsApp.
It's an
Develop a
invitation.
working group.
I'll be
You would have
glad to
developed
sit and write that
the
proposal
first
with you to my own
Bruguera
ministry from here
arboretum
with Jojo,
in the
Dr.
whole
Jojo,
world.
and
It's
any
an
of your
invitation.
principals, because
I'll be glad
Dr.
to sit and
Jayakumar
write
was my
that
senior,
proposal with you to my own
Jawaharlal
ministry
Nehru, the
from
NCC officer
here
as well.
with Jojo, Dr. Jojo, and
So
any
make
of
it
your
a point
principals
that at
because
the end of this
Dr.
workshop, when
Jayakumar
we
was my
write
senior,
our,
Jawaharlal Nehru, the
the
NCC officer
notes,
as well.
what we need to do,
So
let us
make it a
from the
point
student
that
side
at the end of this
tell that
workshop,
we
when
will
we
develop
write our,
a Bruguera Arboretum
the
for the
notes,
forest
what we
department
need to do,
as well as
let
the
us from
country,
the student side
and make it a
tell
point
that
that
we will
how about
develop
ecotourists coming and
a
visit
Bruguera Arboretum
our
for the
arboretums for the
forest
first time in the
department
country. Thank you very much.
as well as the country, and make it a point that how about ecotourists coming and visit our arboretums for the
Thank you,
first time in
sir,
the country.
for that
Thank you
deeply
very much.
insightful and illuminating presentation. Your perspectives have greatly enriched our understanding of the protective and ecological roles of the
Thank you,
mangroves.
sir, for that
We
deeply
shall now
insightful and
proceed with
illuminating
the paper
presentation.
presentation
Your
session
perspectives have
featuring
greatly
three
enriched our
presentations of
understanding of
15
the
minutes
protective and
each.
ecological roles of the
May I
mangroves.
request the
We shall
first
now
presenter,
proceed with the paper
Dr.
presentation
Dipan
session
Sharma
featuring
from the
three
Faculty of
presentations of
Botany,
15 minutes
JNRM
each.
College, to kindly
May
take
I
the stage.
request the first
Sir, please.
presenter, Dr. Dipan Sharma from the Faculty of Botany, JNRM College, to kindly take the stage. Sir, please.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to present a review, kind of thing. It's not a original study, but I have reviewed many papers uh, uh, to present these findings from particularly from Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So it's about recognizing mangroves as nature-based solutions for coastal protection and climate change mitigation. It's a review with a special reference to Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We all know that Andaman and Nicobar Islands, it sits in the eastern Bay of Bengal and has a mangrove cover of 608 square kilometer. Please correct it there. It's 617 old data. So right now it's 608 square kilometer. So we are a bit at lost now right now. And has got 38 true mangrove species. Earlier speakers already mentioned about this. And this is about 50% of the global repository, the global, mangrove species known to science. And what makes these islands very, very unique is the unparalleled diversity that we find here. And
Also about the tsunami that struck these islands in the year 2004, a big earthquake, and also the carbon stocks, the carbon sequestration that these forests they do for us. So these three things makes this island very, very unique, and definitely this is what this workshop is all about. So over the next few slides, within 10 to 12 minutes of time, I'll be going through ecology and biodiversity parts, the disturbance and the recovery, the coastal protection that the mangroves provide, the blue carbon stocks, as well as the threats and governance. So this is basically all our review based on many of the people who have taken a work on this. Many of the authors that I am citing here are sitting here. I think Nehru, just now I recognized you, but from I was sitting behind and sir was telling, so I got to know that Dr. Nehru is here. Uh, Dr. Singh et al. Is there. Many other people, they might be sitting here. So it's a privilege for me to stand here and then talk your work in front of the audience. Uh, when we talk of mangrove, one very important word that comes into the picture is nature-based solution, which is called NBS or nature-based solution. So this is a very new term that was given by IUCN in the year 2020. It's all about how the nature can be used as to protect us, our society from flooding, from biodiversity loss, from climate change. So in this aspect, mangroves are playing a very, very important role. As you see, the coastal engineering that they do, already sir has mentioned many things about that, climate mitigation, and also biodiversity aspects like mangrove supports a lot of biodiversity, fisheries, and also livelihood security to the coastal people that they are within, and also cultural heritage. So, as such, Andaman and Nicobar Islands is a premier nature-based laboratory. We have 12.4% or almost 13% of the mangrove cover, which is there in in India, and also has got high structural diversity. So this is one thing which is quite known, but just I'm setting the stage. 836 islands, 12.4 or 13% of India's total mangrove cover, third
So this
largest
is
state after
one
West
thing which is
Bengal and
quite known,
Gujarat,
but just I'm
and is
setting the
owned by
stage.
very, very highly
836
assessment
islands,
risk is there.
12.4 or
And uh, we have these three very important aspects about Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Biodiversity hotspot, unparalleled. 38 out of 16 and 70 species recorded all over the world. You see, this is a very, very big data for all of us. Then comes the 2004 earthquake, and because of that, it's a geodynamic laboratory now. Why? Because this earthquake, what it did was it did different things for the islands, different parts of the islands. Northern group of islands, it rose up. Southern groups of islands, they subsided, they drowned. So there was kind of sea level change, and that was a very, very drastic sea level change within hours. This kind of things takes hundreds of years, decades to change. But then we got a laboratory to study how the sea level change affect mangrove vegetation. Also, the blue carbon asset is quite huge. One study by Raghavan and his colleagues has estimated that 37 to 55 teragrams of carbon is there in our forest. And also Nicobar forest, some of the mangrove, they reach a canopy height of 30-meter, and this matches some of the tropical rainforest. So we need to acknowledge these things when we study about or learn about mangrove vegetation. Uh, this already has been, many speakers have already stated that the northern Andaman, what the earthquake did was upliftment of the land, which rose by almost 1.42 meter. And, and then in the central or middle Andaman, there was minimal change, and this become our reference baseline. Whereas in Nicobar group of islands, the land subsided, drowned by almost 2.85 meter. I have quoted it from Dr. Nehru only, who have studied about Nicobar group of islands. So this kind of changes in the tectonic landmass, it's rising and drowning, has a drastic impact on mangrove biodiversity. and has a lot of implications for our restoration projects also. Immediately after the earthquake that happened in the year 2004, one study was carried out in Sri Lanka by Dado Gubas in the year 2004, where they surveyed 24 sites and they found that uh, wherever there was true mangrove population, there was no uprooting, particularly rhizophora and Bulgaria stands were there. They were firmly held, and wherever there were cryptic species entering into the mangrove forest or associated mangroves were there, severe damage was reported. A very similar kind of study. I'm just comparing two studies to find out a kind of similarity what is there. So Bhogana and his colleagues in the year 2008 studied the mangrove diversity
a
in
kind of
Nicobar group of islands
similarity
with
what is
satellite image
there.
it was,
So
and they found that
Bhogana and his
wherever
colleagues
pure
in the year
rhizophora stands
2008
were there, they were
studied
largely unaffected.
the
And
mangrove
they
diversity
reported almost 70% of
in
mangrove
Nicobar group of
restoration.
islands with
So we have to acknowledge the hidden threat about cryptic ecological degradation that might happen in our islands also. Mangrove associates or so-called mangrove-like species might infiltrate and they can deplete or they can overcome the real mangroves, and that definitely has to be taken care of while we go for mangrove restoration programs. Coming to the ecology and biodiversity aspect of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, 38 true mangrove species, 13 families, 19 genera, 50% of the global species inventory. Now, one study was carried out, sorry, in 51 sites between 2009 and 2014, and that categorically mentioned the richness of mangrove in our islands. South Andaman has 30 mangrove species, uh, Middle Andaman 28, Mayabandar 25, Diglipu 25, Nicobar 21, and Havelock, Rangat, they have 20. You see, Havelock is such a small island, and having 20 species there itself is a big thing. Had it been somewhere else, they would have like been very, very proud of these things. Ke 20 species हमारे पास है. So this is a very big thing for all of us. And this study also had some notable discoveries, like some of the species were rediscovered after 30-year gap. Acanthus was there, 92-year gap, or Brownolia was there. New national records
also
were
had
also
some
broken,
notable
like five new
discoveries,
national
like
records. Local
some of these
extinctions were
species were
also there.
rediscovered after
And when
30-year
you see
gap.
the similarity index, for
Acanthus
instance,
was there,
similarity
92-year
index,
gap, Brownolia was there.
Andaman group
New
of
national records were
mangroves, they were
also
more of
broken, like five
similar or homogeneous
new
kind
national records.
as
Local
compared to
extinctions were also
Summer
there. And
Nicobar
when you
group of
see the
islands.
similarity index,
And then comes the rare and the threatened species. 18 out of the 38 mangrove species are classified as rare, and one of the very, very important rare species, as the Sri Zozo sir has already mentioned about Soneratia graffiti, it's critically endangered. Critically endangered because there is no record anywhere else in India or other regions in recent surveys. So they might be some of the viable population, small viable population, which might be growing in our islands. Some are near threatened. Brown Elliot or Phoenix paludosea, Sonaratio beta. Acanthus volubilis was rare and rediscovered after 30 years of period. So these statistics which are there, I'm showing there in the slides, are very important in the sense that these species have evolved a long evolutionary lineage. They have got a long evolutionary lineage and also have got ecological roles, many ecological roles, and they have got quite a genetic diversity which we might not know. As sir has already mentioned कि एक species loss हो जाएगा तो क्या होने वाला है. So these are some of the rare species. Definitely we should take care of them while we go for restoration programs. Structural complexity and root architecture is magnificent in our islands. You see, in Nicobar forest, we have a canopy height reaching up to 30 meters, and it's comparable to that of the rainforest. We have different kinds of roots here, already mentioned by different speakers, like crop roots, pneumatophores, knee roots, buttress roots. So there is one species, Heritiera, there in Nicobar, which reaches to a canopy height of 30 meters, also called Sundari. all of you know Sundari, and that is because of that region, that name, that Sundarban is given because most of the species there, the genera is this one, Heritiria. So we have to understand that our Andaman and Nicobar Islands have a very rich structural complexity as well as root architecture,
The
and
genre is
these
this one
root
heritorial.
systems and structural
So
complexity plays a
we have
major
to
role
understand
in
that our
protecting
Andaman and
our
Nicobar
coastal
Islands have a very
biodiversity.
rich structural complexity.
So a few of the images which were taken by one of my student. Now this is one aspect about mangrove zonation, particularly in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Uh, yeah. So if you see from the left to your right, as you proceed from the seaward direction to the uh, land side, you see the pioneer zone is occupied by Soneraceae and Rhizophora mucorenta. It's the pioneer, I mean, the one that establishes for the first time there. Then comes the mid-intertidal zone, which is dominated by Bruguiera. Then comes the high intertidal zone, which is dominated by Xylocarpus. And then comes the landward species like Heritiria. So this zonation pattern definitely has to be taken care of during afforestation. If we get some species and plant that Heritiria there in the pioneer region, definitely our reforestation or afforestation program will collapse. As sir has mentioned that after tsunami, many of the reforestation or afforestation programs that were taken here in Andaman and Nicobar Islands were not very successful. So we have to take care of the hydrological kind of settings as well as the species that grow in particular zones based on their salinity and also the propagule nature of the mangrove species. So this zonation that I have shown here is for the people who are going for reforestation in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, that we have to take care of where these species are particularly growing. So coming to the disturbance and the resilience recovery, Uh, I'm directly coming to one of the study that was done by Bahuguna et al. In 2008, which mentioned that in Nicobar, 60 to 70% of the mangrove cover loss was there. On the other hand, that was based on satellite imagery. On the other hand, in the same in 2018, Nehru and Balasubramaniam in 2018, they surveyed all the 21 islands and they reported that the loss was 97%. I'm just comparing two data, a data that is from satellite imagery and a data which comes from people going to the field and finding out what exactly happened in the field. So these are kind of discrepancies are there while reporting. Yes, uh, satellite imagery is a powerful tool, but at the same time, we have to complement it with we must definitely go to the field and see what exactly is happening there. So this aspect also has to be taken care of while studying mangrove vegetation. This is the succession and recovery timeline 2004, completely taken from others people who have published this literature. uh, 2004 tsunami struck, 2005 and 7 pioneer colonization. Who were the pioneer species? This Bruguiera gymnorrhiza and this Rhizophora mucorenta. They were the pioneer one. And then there was establishment phase, successional maturation phase, as well as right now those subsidized regions in Nicobar groups of islands are still highly vulnerable. So coastal protection and coming to vulnerability issues. This slide shows a very big number there, 50 to 99%. So this is the wave energy reduction by mangrove, by their root systems. They also trap sediments. They reduce the storm surge. So we all know that in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, when the tsunami struck, there was an upliftment in some of the region and subsidence in other regions. So this wave attenuation and this sediment dynamics were all because of the mangrove species that they played a very important role. Another study by Mundell and his colleagues in the year 2024 mentioned about the coastal vulnerability index. They have 8 input parameters, and based on this, they categorized Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 4, Zone 5. So Zone 1 is this northern group of islands and have moderate vulnerability index. On the other hand, Zone 5 is the Solway area, which is very high in vulnerability index. And Zone 5 and 6 is Nicobar with extreme vulnerability index. So the figure which is there on the down that I have mentioned is about 34% of the coastal grids are highly, extremely vulnerable. And 23 of the mangrove grids are highly, extremely vulnerable. And 17% of the mangrove habitat is below 1% elevation. So I'll try to wind up. So coming to the blue carbon and climate mitigation, climate change. Sure. Just 1 minute to summarize all the things. We see that mangrove in Andaman and Nicobar Islands are having 37 to 55 teragrams of carbon. This is a very, very, very big data, and mangrove are the most carbon dense ecosystem on Earth. We have to consider these things. Then reforestation, afforestation, definitely we should go for reforestation rather than afforestation. A study by Song and his colleagues, which was published in Nature Communication. Coming to the threats, governance and policies, we have lots of pressures coming from anthropogenic, natural, as well as climate change. This also has to be taken care of in Andamans while we go for restoration programs. Then there are, we have a policy and governance framework, international frameworks, national policies there. This also has to be incorporated in our restoration programs. So mangrove wins because they are very, very important players in our ecosystem. Rather than hard engineering, it's mangrove restoration playing an important role. These are some of the things that can be taken into consideration for research, particularly the blue carbon, elevation dynamics, propagal dispersal mechanism, and also the long-term Nicobar recovery projects can be undertaken. Thank you so much. And fruits taken by one of my students, Shireen Saeed. I'm thankful for permission to use this. Thank you.
So we have few of the photographs of flowers and fruits taken by one of my students,
Thank you,
Shireen
sir.
Saeed. I'm
May I
thankful to
now
her for
invite the
giving
next
me the permission to
presenter,
use this. Thank
Shri
you.
Peir Arivalan, research scholar from the Wildlife Institute, Dehradun, who will be having his presentation online.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite the next presenter, Shri Peir Arivalan, research scholar from the Wildlife Institute, Dehradun, who will be having his presentation online.
Hello everyone. Is it visible, ma'am?
Sir, you are visible, sir. Welcome to the
Yes.
workshop.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, ma'am.
Thank you,
Hello,
sir.
everyone.
I would also request you to well within the 15 minutes time
Is it
frame,
visible,
sir.
ma'am?
Sure, sure.
Sir, you
Thank
are
you.
visible, sir. Welcome to the
Yes.
workshop.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would also request you to well within the 15 minutes time frame, sir.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
So here on your screen, it's a beautiful landscape image from Nilgiris. And if you notice, there is a landslide in it. Yeah, of course, it wiped off a multiple tree, but I would say it is going to promote biodiversity in this landscape. So there comes the discussion about intermediate disturbance hypothesis. When the disturbance is less frequent in time and in small scale, it increases the habitat heterogeneity and promotes biodiversity. So with this background about disturbance ecology, we studied the effect of canopy gaps in these mangroves, which are presumably caused by lightning strikes and its subsequent effect on mangrove crabs. So mangroves, as we all know, it is a home for a diverse faunal group from mudskippers to tigers. But however, mangrove crabs are being highly associated to these ecosystems. They play a crucial role in nutrition dynamics, soil aeration. Totally 184 crab species have been reported from India, and in which mangrove crabs can be broadly classified into two groups. In group A, we have sesarmids, crabs of Sesarmidae family, crabs that live in association with mangrove trees, forages on mangrove leaf litter, makes their burrow in complex root structures. On the other hand, we have fiddler crabs. These are crabs that prefers bacteria and microalgae. They are mostly found in open areas where the sunlight is more higher. So coming to the canopy gaps. So in the first satellite imagery, you are seeing the intensity of lightning strikes. It is congregated in the tropical region. And the second one is the presence and absence of canopy gaps. The red one is the absence and presence in the green color from different mangrove areas. So the approaching lightning strikes on this monodominant mangrove patch are known to clear an area range between 10 to 1900 meters square, which looks almost circular or elliptical in shape. So these canopy gaps have been reported mostly from rhizophora dominated patch as they are mostly found in highly saline seaward zone. So once these canopy gap created, it takes a minimum of 28 years to recover to reach the completely recovered stage. So the canopy gaps in the context of vegetation composition, species richness have been well studied in Australian, Sumatran, Indonesian region. But how do the faunal community, the crabs, especially the crabs, respond to these abrupt changes? A question. So we had two objectives to study vegetation composition in these canopy gaps at different temporal scales and to check the crab community composition dynamics to the change in vegetation structure. So our prediction for mangroves, we expected high species richness in the newly formed canopy gap and the decline in species richness with the recovering gap age. Um, on the basis of, so in mangroves, as we all know, the propagule dispersion happened through tidal flooding. So whatever the propagules reaches the canopy gap may recover, may mature, but their establishment as a matured individual is uncertain, as the most dominant species to the specific salinity and topography of the zone dominates the rest. So for crabs, we expected high species richness in the halfly recovered canopy gap with more partial sunlight availability and half recovered trees that facilitate different crab groups. So to test the hypothesis, we classified canopy gaps into two categories. The new canopy gap were between 1 to 6 years old with the presence of only seedlings and saplings, and recovering canopy gaps were between 7 to 16 years old with the presence of seedlings, saplings, and trees. By using Google Earth Pro, we have categorized canopy gaps into these two categories, and all these canopy gaps were sampled along with the intact plot, which shows almost 90% canopy cover. So totally 80 plots were sampled all across the Andaman Islands. So the red point shows our study sites in Andaman Islands. Totally 6 sites: Ariel Bay, Kaligat, Mayabandar, Bakultala, Wimberley and Rightmew Creek. So we led two transits in the canopy gap from north to south and east to west to locate the gap center. From the gap center, we measured canopy cover percentage. And we used two vegetation plot, 2 meter radius circular plot for seedlings and saplings and 7 meter radius circular plot for trees. Three crab quadrates we have used 15 to 50 centimeter by following a protocol. So coming to the results of mangrove vegetation, so overall 11 species have recorded, 10 in new canopy gap, 8 in recovering canopy gap, and the same 8 in intact forest. Um, Overall, Rhizophora epiclata dominated in all three categories. They were almost 73 percentage, as we have sampled mostly in Rhizophora dominated patch. So these species, Heritaria littoralis, Exocaria agalocha, and Insia bijuga, they were mostly found in the landward zone of mangroves. We have found them exclusively in canopy gaps. It means they are using canopy gaps for recovery. And then we use Chow richness estimator for estimating the total species richness in this treatment. Chow just predicts the number of species in these treatment. So it predicted more number of species in newly formed canopy gap, which was our hypothesis for mangrove vegetation. Coming to the results of mangrove crabs, Cicermidae crabs, which are commonly known as mangrove crabs, dominated in all three treatment, new, recovering, and intact forest. However, Ossiporidae, the fiddler crab group, were found in good number in canopy gap treatments. It was 178 in newly formed canopy gap. However, it abundant declined to the 125. Abundance is just a count, the total count of the species. So Chow richness estimated, again it predicted more number of species in the recovering canopy gap. So these are rank abundant plot on the right side. It shows the community dynamics, the change in community composition between these three treatments. So the red crab is Gelasimus tetragonon. It is a fiddler crab. It was found in a highest abundance in newly formed canopy gap. However, it moved to the second position in the recovering canopy gap and completely absent in intact forest. It shows how the composition changes, and the rest of the black crabs were Caesarmidae family, Perciserma indirium and Perciserma emolp. They are omnivorous opportunistic feeders. They feeds on everything. They even hunt on, predate on other crabs, forages on leaf litter. So they were common to all three treatments. So in the below, the NMDS plot shows the similarity in community composition. The red and blue circle of recent and recovering canopy gap has high overlap. It shows the crab composition is mostly similar in these canopy gap treatments. However, the narrowed ellip, the green color of intact forest, shows more rare and specialized species are living in this treatment. In conclusion, mangrove species richness was highest in newly formed canopy gap. However, it reached saturation in recovering and intact forest. It shows the system is stabilizing. Crab species diversity, species richness was highest in recovering canopy gap, lower in new canopy gap and intact forest. Crab diversity was highest in recovering canopy gap, likely because of it has more heterogeneous resource. Leaf litter availability is that organic compounds are available as there are partial sunlight. So it facilitates different crab groups with different functionality. Crabs of family Ossiporidae were found in good number in canopy gap treatments. Yeah, as they are mostly rely on microalgae and bacteria. Overall, canopy gap in the contiguous mangrove forest serves as a regeneration niche for mangrove vegetation, and it is a hotspot for crab diversity. So this work was a part of my master's dissertation. I would like to thank Dean, Director, faculties and staffs of WA. And I would also very happy to present it before staffs of Andaman Forest Department. I have met the most of the people in during my field work. So I was thank you. Staffs of Andaman Forest Department. I have met the most of the people in during my field work. So I
Thank you,
was
sir, for
thank
the
you.
presentation and being well within time, sir. We now move
Thank you.
on to the final presentation of this session. May I now request Shri Vishnu Manoj. He is a research scholar and also from the Department of
Thank you, sir,
Disaster
for
Management,
the
Pondicherry
presentation and
University,
being well
to
within
kindly
time, sir.
present. He would also have his
We now move on
presentation
to the
on.
final presentation of this session. May I now request Shri Vishnu Manoj. He is a research scholar and also from the Department of Disaster Management, Pondicherry University, to kindly present. He would also have his presentation online.
Sir, you're audible, sir. Welcome, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vishnu. I'm a research scholar from Pondicherry University. Today I'm going to present my work on blue carbon.
Sir, you're audible,
Blue
sir.
carbon
Welcome,
under
sir.
pressure, climate change impact on mangroves, and restoration challenges. So, as we all know, the climate change is the one of the most challenging issue that we face in this era. Climate change has affected almost every aspect of human life. If we speak about climate change, it's nothing but a shift in the long-term trend of climate of the particular area. So everywhere, even in whether it's in Andaman or mainland India, everywhere we can see a particular change in rainfall patterns or the temperature regime. Everything there's a small different changes we can see. So as we know, our Earth had witnessed different climate changes in history. The current one is mainly because of anthropogenic. As we know, the combustion of coal, oil, gases, and rising greenhouse gases have resulted into this climate change. Before this climate change, also our Earth witnessed different type of extreme weather events like cyclones, droughts, floods, heat waves, and everything. But present frequency as well as intensity has been increased. And as of WHO report, 3.6 billion people are reported to be very much vulnerable to this climate change. And they have also predicted between 2030 and 2050, almost 250,000 deaths are expected. So when we talk about climate change, academicians and practitioners and people from different areas have suggested different solutions. Uh, different solutions. Like you can see in this slide, some talks for afforestation, some talks about um, avoiding conversion of grasslands and agricultural land management, and there are improving forest management. So there are different type of solutions suggested. So one among is wetland restoration and conservation, and the concept of blue carbon comes under that. So blue carbon means, as we know, carbon is present in every living and non-living bodies, in every bodies, but it's not in our hand to control every carbon element present in the cycle. So the blue carbon means biologically driven carbon fluxes and stored in marine systems, but which are in our capacity to manage. So, as we know, there are different bodies, living and non-living, which have a carbon element. So, to understand which one comes under blue carbon, IPCC have published a set of questionnaires. If, for example, mangroves, tidal marshes, seagrasses, microalgae, seafloor sediments, mud flats, it's all it's kind of blue carbons, but with our present technology, we don't have the capacity to exploit or control or manipulate those systems. So with present technology, we have identified three systems as actionable blue carbon ecosystems. They are mangroves, tidal grasses, and tidal marshes and seagrasses. This is a global distribution of seagrasses, salt marshes, and grasswoods. This is the methodology we follow. We have reviewed around 81 articles, and from that we have reviewed only 50 which is suitable to our topic. So, as I said, under actionable blue carbon. There are three systems. So among that, we are focusing on mangroves only. So so the mangroves, like any other plant or tree, absorb a lot of carbon and carbon dioxide, but there is a difference with mangroves because of the place it is situated. That it's more it is situated in the sea saline water area. So whatever the carbon it absorbs, and it some of them it goes under the soil, some of them it is stored above the soil. Atmospheric CO2 is absorbed through photosynthesis and converted into plant biomass into leaves, stems, and roots. Large share of this carbon is then transferred below ground to root growth, lithophile, and dead organic matter and trapped as sediments. As I said, mangroves grow in waterlogged saline area, so where the decomposition is very slow. So it allows the mangroves to store much carbon. If it was some other trees, the plants or the plant bodies, it get decomposed and this carbon is transferred back into atmosphere. But in the case of mangroves, not all carbon is released back to atmosphere. Uh, Not only this, their dense root system also traps fine sediments, stabilize soil, and further enhances carbon burial and long-term retention. Like I said, in different plants this carbon burial and long-term retention is not there. So as a result, mangrove function as a high-density long-term carbon sinks with an average carbon stock of 740 per hectare and total sometimes it's varies from 2,000 ton carbon per hectare also. This is why coastal blue carbon equivalents can store 2 to 5 more carbon than terrestrial ecosystems. One second, ma'am. So there are some regional studies which actually done some experiments to check the capacity of mangroves as blue carbon. So in Abu Dhabi, soil carbon sequestration range between 8.63 to 111 per year. And UAE also showed some evidences. And it also showed that mangroves can do sediment binding and vertical aggregation supporting persistence and underlevel rise. In other countries like Cameroon also showed some proof that mangroves can actually work as blue carbon seed. Mangrove deforestation may generate 0.02 to 0.12 pg carbon per year. Global mangrove extent has declined by 20 to 35% over last century. Global mangrove soil carbon losses around 30 to 122 Tg carbon. More than 70% of soil carbon loss was linked to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Myanmar. So, as I discussed, mangroves can have a positive impact on climate change by absorbing different type of greenhouse gases. Like this, climate change is also having an impact on mangroves. So the temperature rise and carbon dioxide increase. So like these mangrove plants have a particular range of temperature, 28 to 32 degrees Celsius. So their peak leaf photosynthesis happens between this range only. If the temperature goes beyond 35 degree, the rate of photosynthesis decreases drastically. So like this only, carbon dioxide oxide increase in atmosphere. Initially, it helps in photosynthesis, but when it also goes beyond a limit, it affects its productivity. Like this, altered rainfall and salinity. So as I said, mangroves lives in like situated near to sea. But so when the rainfall pattern is changing drastically, the salt content in the water also changes. Reduced rainfall lowers freshwater and flushing and raises soil and pore water salinity. If salinity also decreases beyond a limit, it impacts its growth. Like this, sea level rise and extreme weather is also impacting. As I said, number of cyclones and intensity of cyclones is also increasing. So it is also destroying mangrove habitats. Like the sea level rise also impacting mangroves. So like I said, from one side, sediments are coming through drainages and small rivers and rivers. But if that rate of sediment accumulation and the vertical growth is not equal to the sea level rise, then mangroves will won't be able to survive. So in total, if we talk about the different climate change parameters like temperature increases, carbon dioxide fluctuation, and rainfall pattern differences, it's having an overall impact over the productivity and growth rate of mangrove system. So for restoration processes, there are three categories. One is the natural way, by natural and assisted natural regeneration allows mangrove to recover from naturally available propagules where the site conditions remain suitable. The next one is site correction, hydrological restoration or removal of physical barriers. The other one is direct intervention or artificially, where we select one area and where we plant mangroves. So there, even though there are different ways and all, because but there are still challenges in all over the world. There are different attempts are taken by different departments to restore mangroves, but not all were successful. There are the different reasons, ecological, and sometimes they don't choose seeds that are suitable to a particular area, and salinity stress, and sometimes poor natural recruitment and planning in design also. Sometimes there used to be issues. Department doesn't involve local population and using wrong restoration methods. And if we talk about some the other case studies, other than climate change, so there are some other phenomena. There are some other ways this mangrove restoration can help us. So one is the recently recently emerging market, that is carbon credit. So in country Kenya, it's around 117 hectares of mangrove area were restored, and the ownership was handed over to local community, and they nurtured it for a long time. And when it grown into the mature stage, they use this carbon credit scheme. So even in our island also, carbon credit scheme can be an employment opportunity as well as an incentive for local population to involve in this mangrove restoration. Because as we know, there is a lack of employment opportunities in island. So if there is an incentive like this, we can convert our mangroves areas into carbon credit, and if we can sell into this global carbon market, it can be a good income source for island. And in Mexico also, they have restored a huge area of mangrove, and they convert into the ecotourism. It also gave a good income for locals, and they also reported that fish availability of fish catch also increased. And in Mozambique also, they restored 1,112 hectares of land, and they also reported higher fish and crab catches and habitat improvement and shoreline protection. It's a small patch of mangroves we had in Tarbi. So it was a small patch, but it was very dense and all. I'm not sure about the ownership of this land. But unfortunately, they didn't cut it down. They just blocked. You can see in this photo, they blocked that seawater entrance, and they left it like around 6 7 months. So and now you see the result, and now so and their mangrove patch is gone. Even I think migratory birds used to visit this place. But it was a clever move, I might say, because they didn't nobody cut that mangroves. They just closed that. Just there was a narrow canal. They closed it, so there were no fresh seawater influx for around 6 7 months. And their patch is gone now. But now they have again opened it. But it's already, as you can see, it's beyond regrowth now. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the
The
presenters for their
presenters for their
valuable
valuable
contributions.
contributions.
The floor
The
is now
floor is
open
now
for the
open for
panel
the panel
discussion.
discussion.
May I
May I
request
request
Dr.
Dr.
Nagarajan,
Nagarajan,
scientist
scientist
IFTTB
IFTTB
Coimbatore,
Coimbatore,
to kindly
to
take
kindly
over the
take over the
session.
session,
Sir,
Chair.
please.
Sir, please.
Hello. Any doubt or
Any doubts or
observation
observations
from
from
student side?
student side?
Our chief
Our
secretary
chief
sir
secretary
has
sir has
specifically told
specifically told
questions have
questions
to be
have to be
raised,
raised,
whatever it may
whatever
be,
it may be,
good or
good
bad,
or
right or
bad, right
wrong.
or wrong.
That is
That is
immaterial.
immaterial.
Question should
Question
come.
should come.
And also, I
And
want to
also, I
say
want
that
to
it's
say
not
that
a
it's not a
classroom session.
classroom session.
So freely
So
you can
freely you
ask
can
any
ask any
question. You
question.
might have
You might
observed
have
something
observed
in the
something in
field.
the field.
Yes,
Yes,
many of you are
many of
from
you are
Andaman
from
and
Andaman
Nicobar
and Nicobar
Islands.
Islands.
On the way
On the
going
way
or
going
coming
or
here
coming
and there,
here and there,
you might have
you might
seen
have
some
seen some
changes in
changes in
mangroves. You might
mangroves. You
have
might have
observed
observed
some good
some
things.
good things.
You can
You
share
can
with
share
us.
with us.
Be there so that you will be the connection point for us. Yeah. How many of you are from Box background? Please stay. Just a second. Marine biology. There are so many people. Let's see that come and I will ask you this. How many of you from There's a question.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Praveen Kumar, working as a GI specialist at Action Foundation. My question is actually basically I'm a hydro remote sensing expert, so based from IIT Mumbai. So my question is, so we have data sets globally as well as at national level also with regard to mangrove extent areas. But with regard to species specific areas, there is no particular data set. So right now at Action Foundation we have a blue carbon project And in phase one, we have completed the mapping of this entire Andaman mangroves. And we are actually in our second phase. We are doing the using the NISA satellite data, which is a microwave satellite. So using that satellite data, we are trying to map the mangrove species also particularly. So we have actually framed certain methodologies. So using the L-band as well as S-band polarization techniques. So my question is, out of we have since we have so many varieties of mango species, so are there any particular suggestions for us to clearly identify the species with regard to remote sensing? Because we have different group zone structure and in terms of heights, all that stuff. But when we come from the remote sensing perspective, so we really can't identify all those features. So all we can see is maybe tree height or maybe some sort of root zone structure. These kind of variations only we could actually map. So I'm just actually if you can contribute some sort
suggestions, so maybe it will be grateful, for our work also. Yeah.
Yeah. I could, the students of marine biology and botany, did you get this question, what he was asking? He's asking, there are different species and he has a set of data and whether it is possible to categorize. This work was done as early as 2010. The right person will be Dr. Jnanaparam. Okay. Jnanaparam was a student of Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. She's currently deployed in ISRO and she is with the Institute of Space Research or must be, Ernakulam. So one of the theses which was with reference to part of Andamans and most of the coasts of East Coast was done by one Arun Kumar. Okay, he reported to Dr. Jnanaparam. So one thesis is available. So what they did is they did chlorophyll variation and then they transformed the data into spectral variation. So, for instance, suppose you send a satellite all the 10 kilometers square kilometer of Pichavaram, it will be able to filter out how much is Rhizophora apiculata, how much is Rhizophora mucronata, how much is Rhizophora hybrid. It is possible with the algorithm what they have developed. So, I don't know how much they have moved out because they are in space research. They were just interested in mangroves. So, Dr. Jnanaparam is the best person and the algorithms are already available. You could use it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Prithviraj Bhaduri from Pondicherry University Marine Biology. So during your presentation, you mentioned as a disadvantage to the mangroves are the continuous conversion of mangrove lands into paddy, rice fields, and even aquaculture fields. So up to my knowledge, not all cultivators or farmers are actively involved in clearing out forests. They're simply scavengers who are looking for lands to convert them into their daily earnings. So I feel like when you said that it is a problem to the conservation of mangroves, it felt like a socio-ecological paradox as only the farmers are allowed to farm and to so as to replenish the damaged land. But when they are actually turning those into a habitat for aquaculture or even rice or paddy, many people complain that lands are being cleared out just for the sake of farming. Although these lands, these farms, these even plants, these are done only to compact the soil, the area that's been lost. So why is this paradox happening and how to improve this paradox?
That's a great question, but it is historical. Port Blair becoming Sri Vijayapuram. Okay. So what I am telling this is, what I told was, we were discussing about one particular spot called Pichavaram, which is hardly 11 square kilometers. But This 11 square kilometer was not 11 square kilometer 3,500 years back. We have forgotten one thing. This land clearing didn't start during the colonial or post-colonial. It is not traceable to any of these working plans. But this is traceable to historical, because land clearing in and around the place which I work started during 11th century. We have to blame Rajaraja Cholan. Okay. So what really happened was, as I said, the point is, mangroves are not an independent forest. Okay. We learn different forest types. Our knowledge is largely, see, we foresters and forest scientists, our knowledge is largely restricted to Champion and Seth, 67, 61, and maybe it was revised in 76. So our knowledge is only on a few forest types. Let's say 35 forest types we are talking about. But this conversion of paddy land didn't take place in a century or so. That took another, it is almost 750 years to 800 years. Slowly they took away, the dry, which is dry evergreen forest. Dry evergreen forest where, which, technically speaking, ecologically, this was called as Mullai, Marudam, Neidal. Okay. So these were all different type of forests. Slowly they were converted eventually into paddy lands. So technically speaking, we have another landforms also, which is called Palai, right? Palai is nothing but when the forest system and function changes into a different land type. So we have to not to blame any of these people born in these 1500 years or so. But now the question comes, here is a situation. We don't have a working plan. How to get back the forest back means the first and foremost solution is how do you get nutrition to the mangrove system. I told you. Now when you're, the complete soil system has become alkaline, which should be, technically speaking, what we have been taught in our subjects is it should be acidic. So conversion of lands, you need not worry. That's not our, this is our ancestral things. But here comes the question. We can take this lesson learned from here to the next region. This is Kaveri. So can we apply this to Krishna? Can we apply this to Godavari? So all we have got a lesson is why the defunctness of a particular ecosystem is because a loss of another ecosystem which happened historically. So that's the point here. You need not feel guilty and we need not feel worry about it, because that's not a conversion that happened in 100 years. It happened over a period of 1300 years, starting Rajaraja Cholan's father. Don't worry.
And sir, another question. In your presentation, you also mentioned there's a genetic approach to variations in different coasts. So is the genetic variation, as you said, propagule size or even the size of certain trees? Somewhere it's a shrub, somewhere it's a large tree. So this genetic approach, has it been proven, or if it's been proven, is it linked to hormone or any environmental condition?
This is an excellent question. This is what we are now probing into two ways. One is adaptive variation and conservation genetics. The second thing is there is something called epigenetics. Both these things are operational. Now the most important part is, let me tell you, there is a small correlation between tidal amplitude and size of propagule. Okay? You get the point? In Pichavaram, the tidal amplitude is 1 meter, 85 to 1 meter. So over the period of time, that propagule will just jet out that 1 meter. Okay, in lowest of lower tide, it will be 15 cm. That is enough. So the species will survive. Now, take a global situation. Okay, many of you have not traveled the other side of Andamans, right? It's a big gorge. It's a big gorge. You will be lost there. All you know is this part of the. But here, the tidal amplitude goes. See, today it is now, we are in high tide. 3 days. Okay, after 3 days only you will. So the tide is this much. If your propagule is 1 meter, then only it will survive. So this is not the process. That's how the plant equips itself. See, let me tell you, when you travel from Chennai to Port Blair, you are just, what is the latitude of Chennai? 12 degree 59. Okay, you put a straight line, you are into Port Blair. Latitudinal variation. That is also responsible. But here in mangroves, it is not latitudinal variation or longitudinal variation. It is amplitude that controls the size of the propagules. Now you imagine, take this propagule to Pichavaram. When you plant it, how tall it will be? Your propagule itself is 1 meter and your tide is 1 meter. So suppose overnight I take some material from here and plant in Pichavaram, what will be the success rate? 100%, because it is above the tidal amplitude. So, but that is theoretical. Okay, in any given location, propagule size is correlative to tidal amplitude. So you have the what to say, one of the biggest forest genetic resource. Suppose you try to bring the other propagule from Pichavaram, you try to plant here. That is hardly this much. It looks like your Muringaka. Between 1 hour of the first tidal amplitude, it will be below the tidal amplitude. You got it? Am I clear, or did I? So tidal amplitude is the source of evolution, whatever we have seen. But mind you, what I told was, this is the data what throughout the world we are developing. Okay, there is a forum. Any one of you, if you are applying for abroad, particularly if you are interested in taking up GRE or if you are interested in taking AGRE, please do think about these two universities. National University of Singapore, Department of Geography, okay, and then Department of Geography, University of Milwaukee, Madison campus, as well as Milwaukee, Wisconsin. These are the two places where they are working such kind of works. Red listed ecosystems and development, and they are giving you good fellowship also. If you get a good AGRE score, please go there. You can learn a lot. So as of today's discussion, what I presented was tidal amplitude has a very, very important role in evolution of mangrove propagule size. That's it. Yeah. Just for your kind information, I used to drive a BMW, not the X series. I used to drive B series back in 1992, the same Wisconsin. Okay, I left everything and came back to do this work, 96. And let me tell you, as an Indian scientist, those days in Pichavaram, when I used to travel in a cycle, 25 paise per hour. You have to leave your ID card to on the road. I used to travel in the cycle. The same site, now I go in a swanky XUV 700 and life has changed that well. You should see how the country has progressed. That's the point here. Not only in data, also in resources. So science in perspectives, you have to see like that, improvement. That's the point here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening session. I am Assistant Commander Nishi Sharma. I'm coming from Coast Guard. So basically, I just saw the poster of Mangrove Workshop and I came here. So I just want to ask a very layman question. Because as a tourist, when someone is coming and hearing about mangroves, they're just thinking of a ride, that a boat ride will be there, a kayaking will be there, and they'll just go and see. So as a layman and as a tourist and just as a normal person, what are these steps which we can take for the preservation of mangroves? I just want to know that. Like if we as an organization, I as an individual wants to go ahead and wants to tell people that that is how we are supposed to preserve the mangroves. This is how mangroves helps in the restoration of biological diversity. So how as a layman we can do it?
Right. It's very simple. Please be seated. Sir. There are several successful programs throughout the world. Lots of NGOs have come up. I will just tell you a small story. There is a particular site called, can you access Mangrove Action Project, MAP? Yeah. Just go into the net. No worries. The question what you asked. There was one a researcher in Boeing aircraft company. His name was Alfredo Cuarto. You know what was his job? His job was to throw chickens into Boeing engines and see the damage what it causes to the engine, physical. One evening, he thought, this guy was in 1996. When I was a student, I have met him. Um, a very, very high profile salaried guy. You know, he was in Boeing. Mangrove Action. Just project it. Can we project it? So he decided that that is not his job. And he went to work on Mangrove. That evening, he kicked out his job, hell with his money. I don't want anything to happen. He went back and he created a beautiful, now he's just visit this and see. Okay, under this, you have several things. You will get connected. But MAP is a different MAP, don't worry. You keep on hitting. Can you hit Alfredo, ALFERD, Alfredo? Alfredo Cuarto plus mangroves. So from a flight simulating physical engineer, he is one of the top most respected. And you know what he is doing this year? He started creating cards, your year calendars, bookmarkers, such kind of products. He's a highly respected guy among our mangrove people. So you need not be anything because mangroves are so accommodative and it is so universal. And the one interesting thing is we forest people have a kind of a ego that our forests are unique. We have this species. If you want to know about Shola, only you have to come to me to Tamil Nadu. It's not like that. Mangroves are universal forests. They are the same everywhere. You go to Japan, it is the same. You go to Panama, it is the same. You go to Tamil Nadu, it is the same. You go to any country, it is the same. So that's the thing. So absolutely no problem. Hundreds of templates are available. Yeah. No worries. No worries.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, few more added points.
Yes, sir.
Being the forest manager, I want to give some input. He also will accept it. Wherever some disturbance is there in the water, disturbed water is there in the sense, there you can specifically you can see a mangrove species that is Abyssinia. Abyssinia is normally not much found over here in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Wherever you see Abyssinia, it is clearly said that there is a disturbance in the water in the particular area. So indirectly, whatever damages we are creating to the water, to the ecosystem, indirectly it has some effect in the mangroves also. So we can restrict ourselves from that point of view, one thing. Second thing, as of now, plastic is becoming a major issue, mainly in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Plastic wastage and disposal is a major issue. If you are putting the plastics in the water, in the creeks and other thing, during low tide, what it happens, it goes and it occupies the pneumatophores. They are the breathing roots that has been shown by some of the preceding presenters. That will disturb the breathing of the trees. It will have a serious effect to it. So from our side, better we should not throw anything, maybe plastic and other kind of things in the water when we are cruising in the mangrove patches. That may be the first thing we should learn it. Number two, mangroves are the ecosystem which is having much more effect compared to other forest system. In my presentation and also everyone said very clearly that is the evergreen forest of the coastal side, marshy environment, whatever we see. So it has a lot of scope even for carbon stock. We are talking about carbon stock. Compared to other forest system, mangroves are having, I understand, 10 times higher than the trees whatever we are having from other side. Because in due course of time, there may be a possibility that carbon dioxide level is increasing. What we are going to do? At that time, these mangroves will help us. Apart from that, these mangroves are helping us during the natural calamity. Whenever land erosion is happening, if you are doing the mangrove plantation, there may be a possibility there won't be any erosion. Even the Orissa cyclone which happened in 90s, people used to say that the mangrove cover in that beach only has given the shelter and it saved the people of those areas. These are all basic importance of the mangroves. If we have these things in our mind, when we are traveling over there with that sense, we can appreciate the aesthetic of mangroves also. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Because,
sir.
because of the time constraint, I requested Meera to stop this session and let us move to the next session. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Role of mangroves as natural shields in the face of the changing climate. Conservation and livelihoods can thrive together when guided by sustainability. From protection to participation, we now explore how mangroves can connect people with nature through responsible ecotourism by technical session number 2. The technical session number 2 has a very great speaker, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Srivastava. Shri Sanjay Kumar Srivastava is a member of Indian Forest Service 1986 batch of Tamil Nadu cadre. He is a geologist by education, forester by profession, and a wildlifer by specialization. He is superannuated from the Tamil Nadu Forest Department as PCCF and Chief Project Director, Tamil Nadu Biodiversity Conservation and Greening Project. He has more than a decade of experience in managing and administering various protected areas of Tamil Nadu. He has been awarded by the Chief Minister's Gold Medal in 1998. He has served as a faculty for the Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He has specialized in the field of remote sensing and GIS, represented India during FAO organized workshop in Japan. He was reappointed by the government of Tamil Nadu as advisor for JICA. This session 2 is centered on the theme Scope of Ecotourism in Mangrove Forest. Mangrove ecosystem, beyond their ecological significance, offers immense potential for responsible ecotourism, creating avenues for environmental awareness, community participation, and sustainable livelihood generation, while ensuring that these fragile ecosystems are preserved. May I now have the honor of inviting our distinguished speaker, Shri Sanjay Kumar Srivastava, IFS retired, ex-PCC of Tamil Nadu. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, and I think it's a torture just before lunch and delivering a lecture, because when I used to sit on the other side, I always used to curse the speaker. Why is not finishing it off? Anyway, I will try our level best, and by the time they put on the presentation, I'll just react to some of the questions which were raised, especially about the mapping part by remote sensing, since I have the degree in geoinformatics also from ITC Netherlands. So I can react. See, basically, we don't have the spectral library, and whatever spectral signatures you will be getting, for a mixed patch of mangroves, it will be very difficult to segregate the species, because you know it works on the DN value. So still FSI is working, we are working for developing for the broad species, but it's a long way to go. I have worked along with ISRO also, with those scientists also. As a habitat, yes, we can do it. But then again, it depends upon the resolution of the satellite and what is the intention for the mapping. So if you want, you can go in for a drone-based mapping. It will give you a better result. Satellite means it will be a very expensive affair. So that is to your answer. Then another question was raised about the tourism. I think for a tourist, we will be covering quite a lot of things here. But my experience with mangroves goes back to 1992. Probably many of you were born or not born, I'm not too sure. But when I was posted in Nagapatnam, which Mr. Nagarajan was suggesting close to Pichavaram, we had very expansive big mangrove patch of Muthupet. And my very first reaction of that area was, we have done very good plantations, but they were all stunted, they were not growing. He spoke about the amplitude, the part. It is very important. See, mangrove, if you see, they come on the estuarine belt. Needs fresh water and sea water mix. Why these mangroves were not growing? Because there was no proper mix of sea water and fresh water, because all the creeks which were planted had silted up and temperature had increased so much that they were all stunted. So just one thing I did, ask them to desilt the creeks. See, as a department, we always do the work in terms of planting. But once it comes to the maintenance, we are very, very, I would say, we lack or we don't do it. And that is where we go wrong. So just desilting for 2 years, it became a lush green forest. Then coming back to his another species, bringing this species, Muthupet was a place where only Avicennia was found, because it was worked as a timber coop in those days. It was highly disturbed. Maybe Exocaria and Cereops was there. Rhizophora was never reported. It was never found. Even in the historical literature also, I couldn't see the mention of Rhizophora in Muthupet. But close by Pichavaram, it was very much there. So what we did, we brought some mangrove, thanks to Swaminathan Foundation, they had for their project some Rhizophora seedlings from Andaman. And those seedlings we did, and we took up a small patch, planted, and it became a lush green Rhizophora forest. Though in tsunami it got damaged, but still Rhizophora has come up. This was in the 92, 94, I'm telling. So it is again, see, it's a mere common sense. Many things we try to put statistical tools and this thing just to confuse people that, okay, this is some great work we had done. But if we apply a common sense, you can get the answers from the field itself. With this just background, I'll just try to rush through the presentation, especially it is about the scope of ecotourism in mangrove. It's here or just open it? Achha, remove. This back, this forward, this back. Okay. So, especially if we want to save mangroves, we need to involve people. That is a thing there. If you want to sustain it, if you want to just protect it for posterity. And this is one example which I am trying to tell about, a question was raised about how the tourists can be involved. This speaks about the definition of ecotourism. If you see, it says responsible travel. The word used is responsible, which is very, very important. To natural areas. So that means you have to go a natural area, and what bigger, best area you can get other than Andaman, right? That conserves the environment. So this area is definitely taking care of your environment. Sustain the well-being of the local people in that area. So local people, definitely you have to involve the local people if you want to sustain the mangroves in that area. And involves interpretation and education. That's what we were referring. That we need, the tourist who is coming, like a layman, he should go as a well-informed person, so that he should be able to take care of those areas for posterity. And if I have just tried to break this definition into 3 goals, we have an environmental goal, we have an economic goal, and we have a social goal. And overlap of all these is the ecotourism. See, these days, if you want to be heard, you add the word eco in front of anything and you are heard. Ecotourism, eco-sanitation, anything. And you are doing the same civil works, right? But that is not ecotourism. So ecotourism, if you see these 3 things are met, this you can, I'll give you a very good example of the word eco. See, in Nilgiris district, we wanted to create check dams, and we just said that we would like to create check dams in the forest areas for habitat improvement for wildlife. So the question came, no, 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 these are very routine things, we will not allow. No, I just said we will create eco harvesting facilities for water harvesting measure. Change the same language, and immediately it was sanctioned. So see how the word eco is being used and misused. So that's why we have to be very, very careful. These is lot of proposals come in the name of eco, and we have to scrutinize those proposals accordingly. And the key elements, you can always say how the key elements are there. You should have optimum number of visitors, and activities should not impact the ecosystem, and there should be a positive involvement of the local community. A very good example of ecotourism, I will tell you. See, you all have heard of the place called Mudumalai Wildlife Sanctuary, Mudumalai Tiger Reserve in Tamil Nadu, falls in that close to Ooty. Now, that area I remember in 91, 92, all private vehicles used to go inside. All private vehicles, even buses used to go, and some 60, 65 jeeps, imagine, used to go inside, and what the tourists used to come and write in the visitor book, we could not see anything, because they were seeing only the dust of the other jeep. So this is where we just took one stand. We said, ban all private vehicles. We will not allow, whatever may be said and done. We banned, and we started with some 2-3 departmental owned buses. The impact was sighting improved, visitor satisfaction increased, revenue for the department increased many-fold, 10, 20 folds, and impact habitat was not impacted. This is just a simple intervention, management intervention, and that's where that tourism became more like a ecotourism. That's why we say tourism is a very lopsided thing. If left uncontrolled, it can be the biggest disaster on the earth. But if well controlled, then you can manage. Now, why mangrove ecotourism? Especially Andaman, we have been hearing about the diversity and potential of mangroves here, rich biodiversity, endemic species. So definitely, if you look into the potential of Andaman, you have a very good mangrove resources. Luckily, I was involved in the management effectiveness evaluation of Andaman and Nicobar along with other states also, and had the opportunity of visiting many islands in South Andaman, Little Andaman and Nicobar. And based on that only, I can always say you have a very good potential. Only thing is, you have to plan it. And some examples I will try to share. It's more for the department, for the NGOs, for the private operators, even the researchers. They can draw a lot of mileage from this presentation. See, these are some of the ecotourism models which are, I've just picked up some select models which are there in the country. We have picked up Pichavaram, which Mr. Nagarajan since morning had been stressing, and yes, it is a very good model, and we'll see what are the good points and maybe what are the stresses there. Sundarbans, Bhitarkanika Orsa, Godavari and Chora Island. And if you see, most of these areas, they are managed by either government, regulated, and some places, some NGOs have been involved, or public-private participation is there, but mostly it is government-driven and managed primarily by the department. Revenue sharing is primarily different. Some places, the entry fee is taken by the department. Some places, community is involved in terms of boat rides. So you can have a different model for revenue sharing. Then there could be various features in terms of boat rides, guided tour, bird watching, because this place offers very good potential in terms of your boat rides. In fact, one slide I will try to share you. It looked like I am traveling in Amazon Valley. So I don't know, many of you may not have seen that area, but I had the opportunity of going in Little Andaman. That also I'll try to show you. Then you can have the community involvement. In fact, I was told that here people are not very much interested. This is what last year also when I was discussing with the PCC of Hof here. So see, point here is, it's like a demonstration effect. You have to build up a small model, and then you will find there will be many takers. They will start coming. And I will tell you what I am speaking of is what I started in 92. That is being realized today in Tamil Nadu as on date in one of the projects that I'll share with you. Then there are various challenges in terms of challenges as well as opportunities, because opportunities would be there, and challenges would be there, that the resource you have to manage in such a way it should not degrade. If resource gets degraded, then who will come, right? So it should not happen like that. And you, for any tourism, there has to be some sort of a carrying capacity. So you have to plan in such a way, like we have developed for Tiger Reserve, these many number of vehicles can be allowed. Beyond that, we won't allow. So you have to scientifically calculate and work out such type of capacity. And definitely you can take a lot of sustainability efforts for ensuring that your tourism works well. Now, Pichavaram, which we had been mentioning, how Pichavaram works. See, the existing framework is there are 5 motorboats, and each motorboat takes around 8 to 10 people. And it's a 30 minutes ride, and per boat it gives you 1,350. That is the charges. And entry revenue for the department, it's roughly around, we get around 2.8 lakhs tourists in a year. And we collect entry fee, and for the department they are around some 30 lakhs they are getting from entry fee. And the boating, which is run by some one community, one ecotourism management committee is there, that Talapati Nagar committee, close by committee, they run the boats, and in a year they are roughly earning around 80 lakhs from the boat rides. And take out the expenditure part of maintenance and fuel and everything, still they are having somewhere around some 30 lakhs as profit from the thing. So it's like a win-win situation. Department is also getting revenue, as well as so community is also getting revenue. So community, when they are getting revenue, they don't have the urge to go to the forest for any illegal felling or operations, right? We have challenges there. For any place you will have challenges, like infrastructure deficiencies are there in terms of the setup. Then you need to have your entire environmental concerns. Then you need to develop a sustainable model for tourism, community empowerment, and you need to have academic collaboration, because you need to involve the research institutions into running the model. Then only you can think of sustainability model. And key takeaway from this model was that youth in that area, they are getting 20% of the salary there is going to the youth. So youth also are getting employed in that area. Now, take another example in Chorao Island in Goa. Now, existing status in Chorao is you have a very strong potential for nature-based tourism, very rich bird life, scenic waterways, and it is proximity to the city. So just other side of the river, you are in the Chorao Island, right? But you have very limited visitor facilities there, very weak regulations, and localized ecological disturbance. This I am telling, I am sharing this from the ME, my observations, which yet to be published by the Government of India. But it is there. Then there is a need for conservation-friendly economic income opportunities, which is not there. And there is a growing interest in bird watching, and which needs to be encashed, which has not been done so far. So we had suggested that there should be a structured low-impact community-based ecotourism is required to balance conservation goals and livelihood generation in that area, so that you can enhance the visitor experience in that area. Close by in Bombay, heart of the city, you have Thane Creek area. If you see, wonderful setup is there, and I was quite impressed by this setup, in the sense that they have created a sort of a mangrove nursery in such a way, it is acting like an interpretation tool for the tourists who are getting, and they are benefited, and they come to learn about the various species. Some, if you see on the down below left side picture, it's a nursery with a boardwalk. You can go there, have a look at the board, learn about that species, and note down the observations. This is what is required. And if you go through the boardwalk, you see a bird hide as they have created. You can, no disturbance to the bird, but visitors can sit in that height and observe the bird very closely, very closely. So these are some of the things. And the top is the interpretation center which they have created. Another in Bombay, very high profile, I would say, mangrove park is coming. This is called Gorai. It had not been opened, and probably they were waiting for the inauguration of this park. This, they have developed it so well planned. All structures have been planned very well, but all structures are eco-friendly. Nothing, all wooden has been used. Very good signages. See, you want to attract a visitor, a tourist, inculcate the interest. Your signages should be very good. If your signages are not good, then visitor may not feel tempted. So that's what, very good signages they have created. And just outside the park, outside the mangrove park, they have gone in for some 5-storied structure, which has got cafe also, which has got interpretation center also, which has got souvenir shop also. Everything they've created. And I can tell you, I would recommend that you should visit this place. You will get very good idea for Andaman, how to go about it. And inside the park, no disturbance. Inside the park, they have kept everything through boardwalk. But outside the park, when you, at the reception center, they have created such type of things. So, coming to the Andaman and Nicobar Island, what should be the scope in Andaman especially? The objective here should be to promote ecotourism as a tool for conservation. That should be your first objective. You should need to create sustainable livelihoods for the local communities, because until unless you will involve the communities, it will be always be like sort of a gap will be there, and you can't speak in terms of sustainability. Raise awareness of mangrove biodiversity, ecosystem services, and I'll tell you how the community can be involved with small operations which we are doing in Tamil Nadu also, and support carbon sequestration initiatives which can be done. Now, if you, that time I could visit 3 places, rather Vandoor and Baratang I had visited, and Baratang I will try to give my observations what I could feel in Baratang, right. Now, Baratang has got very good setup, extremely good setup. You have got such good attractions, because you can bring tourists not only for mangroves, even for the limestone caves there, especially stalactites, stalagmites. They will create a lot of curiosity. And in this whole thing, what you are finding, what thing is missing? Any guesses? People, I mean, see, the stall is there, but nobody is there. Stall is there. In fact, we had to call a person from the village. Please give us something. It was raining heavily. See, the point here is, if a tourist comes, at least he should have something. If it's a lunch time, you should be able to offer something. If that is not there, then people won't spend time, right? And I can tell you, I rate it as one of the very good trail which is existing in Baratang, and you can earn in dollars. See, Andaman is one place which can earn in dollars by by branding and bringing the international tourists, because globally what is happening, they want places which should be out of the world, we should be secluded, we should not be much disturbed. Because last time I remember when I came, so Sink Island was being opened for tourism. It was discussed that time, and I went to Sink Island. And I was quite happy, and suggested that what department is planning is absolutely fine. That only will take by boat and see by boat and get back. And that sort of a thing should be there, because you have got enough scope in Jolly Boy and other places. But Sink Island should be maintained like that, right? Now, this is one thing which probably I don't know whether you have gone there, you must have seen. See, this is Hud Bay Creek in Little Andaman. The type of resource, that Dingi Ghat is there, na, and close to that Dugong Creek. The drive is very good, It was the other thing that I couldn't reach Brother Island because of too very heavy rough sea, so I had to return back. But the drive in this through that motor boat was extremely good. And this is something which probably reminded me of Amazon, because both sides you rainforest and only thing is, see, you have a very good connectivity by ship now. So people would like to come. Why everybody should run to your Havelock and other places? You can bring some keen conservationists, screen them. You have some. You should have some limitations. But my philosophy is very clear. If you can't stop it, manage it. And you should manage it. You should show the tourists the way you want, not the way they want. We have done, like in Nilgiris, one place was there, Mukurti National Park, sought after place for film shooting, and lot of film stars used to come. And many Hindi movies, you will find the same rhododendron tree and dunes, grass dunes. Now, not a single shooting is happening. I didn't do anything. Just impose a record fine in those times to one of the stalwart of Tamil Nadu, Vijaykanth. Lakh when the fine was 1,000 in 90s, and that was the end of it. And now that place you find Nilgiri tar is roaming. See, the point here is, if you can't stop it, you should manage it. I couldn't stop it, but I managed this way, so automatically it happened. So same way here, before anybody does lot of damage, you should plan the way you want. That is very, very important for Andaman. There could be umpteen number of activities which I think I need not dwell much. It's from guided tours to bird watching, board walks, interpretation centers, homestays, crafts and cultural events. I'll give you some examples also how this have been developed. Now, ownership options could be innumerable. You can pick up any ownership option which is best suited to you. It could be a special purpose vehicle with community ownership, where you can have a involvement of community created like a trust, where forest department, investors and communities are co-owners. Another could be community cooperative model, where it's happening in Sundarbans EDC. It is happening, where local boat operators and guides, homestay owners are there. Could be a public-private partnership. I don't know, probably I think in Nukobar what type of system will be adopted, but it could be one of the options. It depends how you take it. Now, this is something which I had given my report just day before yesterday. It is being scrutinized because TN Shore is nothing. It is a World Bank project run by Tamil Nadu Forest Department. It is Tamil Nadu sustainable project for especially for the harnessing ocean resources and blue economy. So this project now all along the coastal districts, they want to create village mangrove councils. Now, this village, the document came to me for review. Then I said, in the present form, it won't work. The whole document we revised, and we gave some aspects. And these are some of the things which I had suggested, and probably that may become the reality, and we may get the government order for that. It's like objective should be, you need to have an institutional mechanism for community participation in mangrove conservation. That is the first thing. Second thing is, you should promote restoration of degraded mangrove ecosystems. So wherever mangroves are degraded, like Muthupet and other places, you need to restore them. You need to develop sustainable livelihood for coastal communities. This is which is very, very important. And I'll tell you some of the options which can be replicated here also. Then you need to strengthen the coastal line, resilience to climate change, cyclone, storm surges, tsunami. Everybody knows, we also suffered, you also suffered. You have to have a equitable benefit sharing and facilitate participation in future ecosystem, including blue carbon finance. Now, there could be many options for percentage for benefit sharing, like for non-wood forest produce, we said household distribution, give them 50%. See, because for bona fide use, forests never get damaged. The moment you start selling it, then the degradation starts. So for bona fide use of the communities, it will never get damaged. So it's 50% can straightway go to the communities. You need to create a sort of a village mangrove development fund where some 25% can be locked there. Women's livelihood fund, some 15%, and climate resilience fund, 10%. These are my suggestions. Hopefully, if it's accepted by the government, so it will be a sort of a path breaking in the country. Nobody has proposed like that. Revenue sharing from blue carbon finance suggested that communities can get to 30 to 40%. State that the project owner, state department can get another 20-30%. Investors who would be coming for investing, another 20-30%, and the SPV operation in MRV, etc., where you are going to run, you need to get the credits. Another 10 to 15% can go, right? And these are the list of income generation activities which we have suggested and which can be replicated here, especially mangrove-based livelihoods. You see, in terms of crab, we know the resources. So crab fattening in mud crab culture, then mangrove honey collection processing, that could be another option. Then your sustainable harvesting of NTFP, then mangrove raising nursery and plantations, whatever, these people can be involved and can be paid. Fisheries related activities could be in terms of value addition, in terms of dry fish, pickle, etc. It's in thing in the market. Your ornamental fish culture, mariculture, where feasible, ice storage. Ecotourism, definitely. Your community based ecotourism can be suggested in terms of boat rides, homestays, the bird watching interpretations, and sale of local handicrafts, because the local handicrafts can bring a lot of money in terms of souvenirs. And then you can have women-centric livelihoods in terms of SHG operations and maybe small processing enterprises and micro enterprises for revolving fund can be created there. And here what we, under TN Shore project for all coastal villages, VMCs, they are going to give them a seed money of some a crore or so they are going to give. So that I suggested you use that for 67% you give it as a loan for income generation activities, and 33% for creation of community assets like in coastal protection, basic infrastructure, livelihood structure, disaster resilience, etc. You can use it. And this 67%, there could be some norms also, that what should be the norms, you can, council can decide on that. There are certain international models which can be replicated here, especially in terms of eco certification model, you tell me how much time I have. So eco certification model, which is running very well in Mexico, especially in terms of local communities, they are running the business, and those communities are eco certified before they are allowed, and they have to renew their eco certification. That gives some sort of a responsible tourism. Then homestays and community model, it is in Kinabatagan wetlands in Borneo, where local villages, if you see the picture, they are running, and it's outside only in the villages. And in Baratang, if you see, you have got very good place where village is there. Some cottages can be there, and these international tourists, they would love to come and stay there. Then you can have a floating market or cultural tourism which is running in Vietnam, where they share the experiences, and some traditional fishermen, they are running it there. Now, if you want to develop a business model here for Andaman, so you need to first have a SPV, special purpose vehicle needs to be there. Maharashtra has done very well. Maharashtra has got a mangrove foundation, and now they are running this Thane Creek, Gorai, all along the coastal belt they are running, and that foundation is now having some 500-600 crores in the kitty, and they are running it very well. They are not dependent on the government, and somehow they got from the industries some levy is put, some green tax, and that comes to any diversion happen, it comes to foundation and doesn't go to the government. So it is running very well in Maharashtra. So you can have a SPV project owner with community, investors and department. You can have key revenue streams, which already we have discussed, Even see local cuisine also, like he would be knowing he's from Coimbatore in Barlikad. If those people when they go there for the boat ride, the villagers they serve the lunch in banana plantain leaf and local food, which is relished very well. So that sort of a thing will go very well in such models. You can have community engagement in terms of ownership. You can have sustainability measures. I mentioned in the beginning, need to have the carrying capacity limits for anything. Supposedly, if you want that only your 20 people should stay, so you should have only just 20 beds. If you put 100 beds and you expect 20 people to stay, it will never happen. So you need to calculate the physical carrying capacity, ecological carrying capacity, and social carrying capacity in that area, and then come out with the real carrying capacity. That is very, very important, because for us as a department, I can tell you, revenue is not important. Resource is important. Sustainability of the resource is very important. If revenue gets generated by sustaining that resource, nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong in that. But I will, like tourism department, we cannot run for generating the revenue. Our focus has to be on conservation and sustainability measures by adopting such type of norms, carrying capacity, eco-friendly structure, mangrove protection, visitor education, because it is very important. Visitors should be informed well. You have a very investment these days you can get from various sources, especially green funds, like what he was telling. We have in Tamil Nadu now Green Climate Company, where 3 missions are running. So they can mobilize money. So everything is possible in SPV mode. And you can create, now we are working very hard for creating this carbon credit synergy, so that at least everything becomes sustainable. And financial model, can be, you need money, especially for investment capital requirement in terms of creating tourism infrastructure, boats and equipment. For example, like in Little Andaman, when I went there, department does not have the boat. Forget about tourism. For protection itself, we don't have the boats. We are dependent on the local country boards, which is not the idea. The idea is first we should strengthen ourselves, then we can take care of the others. If we don't strengthen ourselves, so very strongly I have written this thing, that infrastructure needs to be strengthened in the department. First for conservation protection, then you can always take care of such tourism, etc. Your training, your marketing. See, marketing and branding is very important. If you are able to do it through website, through embassies, through airport, the moment I land at the airport, I should see a very good visit Baratang, place for this thing. Anybody will feel interested. Now, recently, now I am developing a sort of a tourism, ecotourism plan for in Assam, in one of the district council, Karbi Anglong district council. There they say, sir, we are very close to Kaziranga, everybody comes to Kaziranga, nobody is coming to Diffu. And they have got very good resources, very good sites. The point here is, because I said, how a person should reach, that sort of visibility is not there. Visibility is very, very important, and that's why branding is very important. And people who is coming by flight, he can very well pay. That much I have this philosophy. You need to have your revenue streams for tour, lodging, bird watching, cultural, culinary experiences. Souvenir is very important. You need to develop those souvenir shops. Then carbon cost structure could be for operational costs, your own operational costs in terms of salaries, maintenance, marketing, promotion, conservation fund, community profit. All those things you need to work out. Then you can think of profit sharing in terms of 20% revenue allocated to community, 30% goes to ecotourism conservation, 30% investors, 20% to regulatory compliance of the government. And this is how legal structuring is possible for your ecotourism here. In terms of community trust, you give 20%, private 20%, NGO 10%, forest department takes 50%. Because forest department needs to take care of the resource. So 50% you keep, and balance 50% could be shared. And you can have the contracts and agreements in terms of agreement, in terms of investor profit sharing contracts. apply compliance agreements could be there, and you can have your own MOUs with the community or with any organization, and need to ensure those environmental regulations are adhered to in terms of laws, in terms of sustainable tourism guidelines. These are some of the sustainable tourism guidelines in terms of eco certification. Only registered operators are allowed. Limit on visitor numbers. Mangrove Conservation Fund goes 10%, and plastic free initiative, this is what you mentioned. It is, these are some of the norms. And this is the last slide, especially phase 1 could be your planning and partnership for initial 6-12 months, where you have your own preferred model, secure government approvals, then conduct a capacity building workshop. Next 1 to 2 years, you pilot launch. See, it cannot happen overnight. You have to give a gestation period for anything to develop it, to evolve. It should evolve on its own. So you set up community-run homestays, eco-tour services, certification process, you can have your eco certification standards, and then after that you can go in for expansion and scaling in 3rd to 5th year, where additional lodges are created, marketing it to diesel, and formal revenue investment framework is created. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful and inspiring presentation. Your perspectives have highlighted the delicate balance between conservation and sustainable tourism and the opportunities that lie therein. We shall now proceed with the paper presentation. This session has 4 paper presentations, each with 10 minutes. May I request the first presenter, Ms. Vellur Yamini, Research Scholar, Department of Ocean Studies and Marine Biology, Pondicherry University, to kindly take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. And today I am presenting the exploring the potential of ecotourism and conservation of mangroves in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And mainly importance of the mangrove ecosystem, it's already discussed in the previous talks, but I will give a brief intro. That mangrove ecosystems are the unique and diverse vegetation which is mostly present in the intertidal regions all around the world. And this mangrove ecosystem provides some services like provisional services giving firewood, timber and food products, and breeding grounds, the ecological services for many of the organisms, fishes, birds, crustaceans, and they also provide supporting services and regulating services such as carbon sink. Like mangroves act as a natural barriers, and the carbon sink, it stores carbon like 3 to 4 times more than the which is storing in the terrestrial environment, and they reduce erosion and maintain the coastal balance. Let's go to the Andaman Islands in the India. It consisting of more than 500 islands, which covers 616 square kilometer of mangroves, in which constitutes 12% of the total India's mangrove, followed by the West Bengal and Gujarat. And this mangrove islands covers very dense, moderate dense, and less dense, open mangrove forests in the Andaman Islands. Next, the main objective of this study is to explore the ecotourism and mangrove conservation. How ecotourism is connecting the conservation of mangroves, and also to explore the potential of ecotourism in the mangrove islands as a strategy for mangrove conservation. Next, it is a mixed method approach where we followed the literature review of the past 10 to 15 year papers. Due to limitation of the papers, we also conducted the questionnaire survey, and where we framed structured questionnaires and went to tourists who are visiting in the Andaman Islands at the famous tourist locations. And these are the Andaman coverage distribution map, which is framed based on the previous literature data, and that is the mangrove coverage distribution pattern taken from the Global Mangrove Watch. And these are the some of the tourist mangrove sites which taken during the study period. And mangroves. And we know that Andaman is a very vast biodiversity. And mangroves which are present in the fauna present in the mangroves are saltwater crocodile, Andaman tail, mud crabs, mangrove crabs, mud skippers, and some of the mangrove giant monster lizards, etc. And mangroves flora available here is Rhizopora, Avicennia, Sonnetia, etc. Here Rhizopora is the most dominant, around 67% in the Andaman. And let's go to the ecotourism. What is ecotourism? It is a sustainable type of ecotourism which promotes the conservation of ecosystem and also provides employment to the local community and also to the tourism operators, and it also improves the education of tourists who are visiting those sites. And implementation of ecotourism is one of the strategic tools for environmental awareness and conservation of the habitat. As we already see that mangroves are going to a threat. Like there are threats to mangroves which includes habitat fragmentation and urban development and anthropogenic activities, etc. And this ecotourism which provide a tool to conserve these mangrove ecosystems. And there are so many opportunities for the tourists which encourages them to participate in these mangrove related activities such as bird watching, sightseeing, broad walk, kayaking, boat ride, planting, and seed collecting. Seed collecting is important because there are so many threatened and endangered and rare species present in the mangrove. So it is important to collect the seed and store for further, because there is threat is most in Andaman also we see the major tsunami effect which leads to the inundation and upliftment of the island, which destroys most of the mangrove grounds. So this is important to distribute the mangrove plantation there. And ecotourism is not a new concept here. It's already been adopted in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. But the mangroves to the ecotourism into the mangroves is rarely discussed, because here already Daninella mangrove walkway is there, Shoal Bay Broadway walkway is there. But where in my survey I went to tourists and asked about them the ecotourism. Most of the tourists which are I surveyed, they all are planning to stay for 3 to 7 days. In those, they are having plans to visit Shoal Bay only. And South Andaman 2 days, 1 day to Baratang and 1 day to Havelock on Neil Island. But nobody has a plan to visit Daninella mangrove walkway or Baratang walkway, because they don't even know that these kind of mangrove walkways are present. And involving these ecotourism activities which will show a positive attitude, and they showed interest to pay and participate in these kind of programs. They already know kayaking and boat riding, safari is there, but they don't know they are going they are having safari to the mangroves, but they don't know why they are visiting there. They don't know the importance of mangrove ecosystem. And there are some of the strategies addressed to the successful implementation of the ecotourism program, which is identifying the suitable location to construct this ecotourism site, and also managing the number of visitors. So if we increasing number of visitors also leads to the negative impact of the tourism. And identification of the recreational activities which are suitable for that location, which do not harm the mangroves which are present in that location. And also infrastructure development to support the local community, and using the satellite and remote sensing data for mangrove mapping and ecotourism related impacts. And let's go to the successful ecotourism. There are some keys which are involved in building a eco-friendly tourism attraction. First one is environmental awareness. By promoting this ecotourism, we can involve tourists to know about this mangrove ecosystem, and also encourages them to know about these mangroves and participate in these activities. And also eco-tourism, which is very successful in the most of the Southeast Asian countries, which involves academicians and some of the students to go and teach them, like promote exhibitions and awareness camps, which led local people and tourists to know about this mangrove importance. And economic and empowerment. By promoting this ecotourism, it will lead to the economic, financial improvement in the local community by showcasing their cultural heritage, by showcasing their community. And also it leads to the finance revenue generation for government. And next one, governance and monitoring. Is that ecotourism has negative impact? It is, but it's a long term programming. Like if we observe for long term, then only we can point out what is the negative impact arriving in the ecotourism. So it is very important to manage and monitor these ecotourism sites rapidly and to know about the negative impacts. Next, go to the community-led ecotourism. Here involving communities. Let's go. There are involving local communities who knows more about those locations, those environment than the ones who are visiting and going there, planning, programming. These local communities know more about them. So appointing them as the tour guides and educating them and to show their talents in this tourism site, and like lodging the people, selling crafts and etc. This creates a sustainable livelihood for those local communities, and also enable the tourists to have a more authenticate and eco-friendly experience. So if simply visiting ecotourism site, if there are no local guides, just we are going sightseeing and visiting and coming, is not that much encourageable. If we are appointing some local community people who are selling crafts there, their own made crafts, and they will explain this importance of the ecotourism exhibitions, like that, this will encourage more of the tourists and gives the nature based lovers to more experience. And collaborative governments, collaborating NGOs and private stakeholders for the development and implementation of the ecotourism activities, and involving touring and traveling agencies to raise awareness among people about the mangrove ecotourism sites and activities. As sir told, like that, marketing and branding, it is very important. Like that, in my survey also I told, like, no one knows about that Daninella mangrove walk, Baratang mangrove walk. So it is very important to market, to brand their these programs for the successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that presentation. May I now invite the next presenter, Dr. Harsha Sheelam, Department of Management Studies, Pondicherry University. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Harsha Sheelam, and I'm a faculty at Department of Management Studies in Pondicherry University, Port Blair campus. So there is a minor glitch with the presentation. So I'll just begin with my presentation orally until the slides come up. So basically, I'm here to ask the question, are mangroves a destination or just a backdrop for tourism experiences? How do we balance ecological fragility with increasing tourist demand? And is sustainable tourism a mindset or just a luxury preference? So in 2024, I had written a paper which is now published, which is on exploring sustainable tourism experiences in South Asian island tourism. So during that time, I was in Hyderabad and I was pursuing my PhD. And when I was doing the literature review at that time, I saw that there's a lot about tourism research when it came to Caribbean islands, the Pacific islands, African islands, but not much about the South Asian island tourism. And that's when I had done that research following Meow 2021's research paper, which is giving a step-by-step approach in cross-fertilization of concept and context in tourism research. So he had published a paper in the Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Research, which is ABDCA. Then soon, so this paper that we can start the presentation. Slideshow up, right? जहाँ से आ रहा है वहाँ से कर दीजिए आप, नो प्रॉब्लम. प्रेजेंटेशन आप स्टार्ट कर दो. I just need to show the Okay, so the current gaps that we are looking at in mangrove tourism positioning is a lot of times it is seen just as, and it's been positioned as a transit activity. There is limited structured promotion in mangrove ecotourism and weak sustainability messaging, lack of systematic destination image assessment, and the gap between experiential value and promotional visibility. But what we already know about mangroves and ecotourism perspectives is that it has a high ecological and experiential value, and tourism in the islands, however, is mainly focusing on beaches, the marine activities as well. So destination mangroves as a destination remains underrepresented. So there's a need to evaluate the image portrayal and also the promotional scope of mangroves. So in this, as we move further, I've developed a structured coding network framework that we can explore that helps in covering these objectives for examining the destination image of mangrove ecotourism and the portrayal in promotion. So moving on to the next slide. Next slide. So before we look at the primary sources of data, so I had written an article in 2023 which was focusing on Maritime Vision 2030. It was launched by the government of India. So in that, it majorly spoke about the scope and expansion of tourism. the main focus over there was incorporation of technology. So we have big data. Big data provides an historical and chronological weather conditions is one example that is provided by big data, and then that is also utilized in making predictions. It helps in finding out the efficiency and also the time. Augmented reality is another new technological advancement that can be used. It helps in creating experiences in reality. So that could be secondary sources of data, but however in this research we are just looking at the other data sources. So we'll go in a little detail into the structured coding framework. So these are several dimensions where the rating scale also can be expanded from 5 to 7 or 10. So this is an example of the indicator under each of these dimensions. The dimensions are focusing on ecological messaging, activity framing, sustainability, positioning, experiential cues, learning orientation, and engagement signals. Now, in this coding framework, we have other types of data that can be incorporated. I'll take each of these columns separately in the next slide. So we have the source type. This is all related to promotional materials coming to mangrove ecotourism. So we have who created it, which involves the official tourism board or the eco operators, the tour operators or travel portals, booking systems, or we have the news and media, the influencers. So everything that is coming in user generated or company generated. The next is the platform where it is being visible. Then we have the different types of content. Then we have the conservation mentions. Again, this can we can use a rating scale which can be expanded further beyond 3. The larger the rating scale, the better the metrics that we can get from it. Then the learning value, if it has educational content or otherwise. Then activity depicted, what kind of activity is being shown, which is in relation with the mangrove ecotourism. And then we have the positioning of it, whether it is a core ecotourism perspective that is being offered over there, or is it shown just like an add-on, just like a transit activity. Then we have the different visual cues, where we have mangrove routes and visuals, or usage of wildlife icons or sustainability logos, green badges, certification marks. Then we have the call to actions that are being presented on those promotional materials, the engagement signals, and the experience tone that is being communicated through those marketing communications. This slide is missing from the presentation. Okay, so basically it was basically an image of different types of theories that can be applied to mangrove ecotourism, one of which was focusing on the theory of mindfulness, which is also a behavioral science theory and much used in tourism research. It talks about two perspectives, the allocentric perspective and the psychocentric perspective. In the allocentrism perspective, tourists are generally very adventure seeking. They're curious about the unexplored and less commercial destinations. They are also environment conscious and open to new cultures. They also prefer offbeat mangrove destinations, value biodiversity, conservation, and authenticity. In the other psychocentrism theory, that focuses on the other set of tourists, which is focusing on comfort oriented, being risk averse, preferring well developed destinations, having a guided package, and safety assurances. So it basically talks about how to incorporate those kind of perspectives along with this structured coding framework. So it helps to understand the different tourists that are visiting the islands and how we can respond to their eco-friendly initiatives using hedonic motives or ethical values. So that shows the tourist influence and perceived experiential value and sustainability. The expected findings that we can get once this research is completed on mangrove ecotourism is one being the different dimensions that are being explored through the structured coding framework. So we'll be able to understand that what is the current and the future positioning of the aesthetic appeal of experiential and focusing on the experience economy. According to the Indian government, they have allotted approximately 700 crores to develop and boost tourism. So those kind of matrices can be evaluated thoroughly when we are using a structured coding framework like the one that I had developed. We can also understand through one of the dimensions the engagement and interaction cues and the learning orientation, both from the side of the service providers or everybody that is involved in tourism, and also from the perspective of the tourists that are coming to the islands. So on that note, I'd like to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite the third speaker, Shri Jigar Kumar Patel, Department of Life Sciences, Hem Chandracharya, North Gujarat University. He'll be joining us online.
This topic is not related to this. Okay, so बोलना because of the shortage of paper submitted in this, and some papers are more in the other subjects, so we have accommodated.
I would like to inform the participants and the expert members that this particular paper that is being presented during this session is not related to the ecotourism part in the mangroves. We had some short of papers for this session, so this paper has been included. Thank you.
Hello. May I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Is my presentation is visible?
Yes, sir, your presentation is visible. But you'll have to take it as a slideshow.
Okay. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about the mangrove crab assemblage as an indicator of coastal ecosystem health. Study Fudam Bird Sanctuary, Div, which is belonging to Dadanagar Haveli, Daman and Div Union Territory. So I'm Jigar Patel, and I work as a biologist at the Andaman Forest Division. And we can start with the introduction that how these mangrove crab assemblies they can help to study the coastal ecosystem health. So let's start with the introduction. Mangrove ecosystems generally are the most reproductive, most ecologically significant coastal habitats. And these particular habitats are the transitional zones between the terrestrial and marine environments. It provides a lot of critical ecosystem services like fisheries, timber and fuel, carbon storage, water purification, tourism, and coastal protection. Uh, if we talk about mangroves at Gujarat coastline, which is generally belonging to very nearby Div. So Gujarat coastline is having a very high tidal amplitude, arid climate conditions, variable in salinity regimes, and which create actually a very unique ecosystem gradients, which actually influence the different faunal distribution. If you see different faunas, they are distributed in different climate conditions, different salinity regimes. Even if you see the tidal amplitudes like lower intertidal zones and higher intertidal zones, so these faunal distributions will be different. So we can actually measure these different faunal distributions, and that can so that way we can actually study the mangrove ecosystem health. So, despite this ecosystem importance, many mangrove pockets, especially in the western coastline, they remain underexplored in terms of macrobenthing biodiversity, especially the crustacean assemblage. So, when we talk about the crustaceans, they are having the huge diverse group, and we are. I have only studied the different crab diversity because the crab they act as actually ecosystem engineers. They modify the sediment structures through burrowing. They enhance the soil aeration. They also facilitate the tidal water exchange. They help in seedling recruitment of the mangroves. They also influence the redox potential within the mangrove soils. So these are the some of the very scientific importance and their critical roles in ecosystem functioning. So through their feeding activities, especially the detrivory and the deposit feeding, So they accelerate the breakdown of this mangrove leaf litter, and thereby they enhance the microbial decomposition, because the first stage of physical breakdown is very important in case of decomposition. They also help in nutritional mineralization. So while we talk about tropical interactions, which form a very crucial link between the primary production by the mangroves and the higher tropic levels, so which actually signifies their important position in food web. So different crab families, they actually exhibit different ecological adaptation. They are having different habitat associations. So if you talk about tidal mudflats, you will find a different kind of crab. In tidal channel, you will find a different kind of crab. If you go to the mangrove vegetation, find a different kind of crabs. So this there are different members, especially when we talk about the fiddler crabs. So fiddler crabs, they are abundant in exposed intertidal mudflat, where they engage in deposit feeding. So whatever the nutrition actually flows inside the creek or inside the intertidal zone during the high tide, and get deposited. So these particular fiddler crabs, they feed on these particular nutritions. So thereby their burrowing activities, they actually contribute significantly to sediment turnover. They actually change the granulometry. They also helps in organic matter redistribution and nutrition influx. Uh, in contrast, if you talk about the sesame crabs, so first we have talked about the fiddler crabs, the sesame crabs. So sesame, they are actually very different. They are very closely associated with the mangrove vegetation, and whenever the mangrove stands are there, so you will find the sesame crabs, and they frequently inhibited the root system and leaf litter zones. They play a very pivot role because the sesame crabs are associated with the vegetation. So they are actually helpful in fragmenting the leaf litters. They accelerate the detritus decomposition. They actually helps in nutrition recycling. They enhance the mangrove productivity. And the third one is the portunic crabs. So those are the especially commercially available crabs, or commercially very important, especially the mud crabs and swimming crabs, portunus species. They utilize the mangrove creek or mangrove channels as in feeding or their nursery grounds. So these different kinds of habitats, they provide the shelter, they provide the abundant food resources, they provide the protection for the juvenile stage, act as a nursery grounds. It is all those functions, they highlight the ecological connectivity between the mangrove ecosystem and these coastal fisheries. So because branchiorine crabs, they respond sensitively to any change in substrate. If there is a change in substrate composition, if there is a change in salinity, if there is a change in vegetation density, tidal inundation pattern, or anthropogenic disturbance, so they are sensitive to all these changes, and thus they widely regarded as an reliable bioindicators for mangrove ecosystem condition and ecosystem functioning. So variation in their diversity, if we study that diversity, if we study their abundance and the functional composition, which can actually reflect the underlying habitat condition and the ecosystem stability. And consequently, the documentation of these crab assemblage, it provide a valuable baseline information for the habitat and biodiversity assessment, to conservation planning and long-term ecological monitoring. So let's go to the methodology, what we did during our studies. So during our studies, we conducted this crab diversity study in mangrove ecosystem at the Food and Bird Sanctuary, uh, which is actually the intertidal zone between the Div Island and the mainland of Gujarat. The sanctuary is having different kinds of habitat in terms of a different area. Uh, so we are having intertidal mudflats, which are the open mudflats. We are having tidal creeks. We are also having mangrove vegetations, which collectively form the very important coastal wetland habitat. If you see the tidal fluctuations, so we are having the semi-diurnal tidal fluctuation, which Century receives every day, twice in a day, which actually range from zero point 0.1 meter to 2.7 meter, which is having very high altitude amplitude of tidal level. The flood period actually it stays up to 6 to 7 hours, and ebb period can stay up to 5 hours. Average annual precipitation, if we see, due to it is a dry, arid coastline, we are having very less amount of annual precipitation, which is only 600 millimeter. So type generally the temperature ranges from 11 to 36 degree, and relative humidity is actually high during the August. It goes up to 93%. So we did the field surveys from July 2024 to June 25 in different habitat types. We are having mud flats and then mangrove strands and then creek margins. So we use the quadrant sampling method, which was with 1 by 1 meter square. We manually collected the different crab samples. We also use the baited ring method, which is actually the traditional method to catch the commercially important crabs. And because there are two different categories of crabs. Some of them are mobile, and some of them are stationaries. So this commercially available important crabs, they are the mobile one. So they cannot get catched with the manual collection. So we use the traditional trap method, which is generally used by fishermen right here as a traditional fisheries. And what we did with the data, we analyzed the data using the Shannon Venner diversity index. We check the evenness. We also check the dominance index, which is also known as Simpson dominance index. So we collected the specimens, we photographed them in the field. We collected one specimen also for the identification to the species level, using the very standard morphological characteristics, using different taxonomic keys and also regional literature. We calculated the ecological diversity indices, especially the Shannon-Wiener indices, to estimate the species diversity. We wanted to know what is the diversity pattern of this particular century. We also calculated the Plow's evenness index to assess whether the distribution of among the individuals is similar, or they are having uh, change. We also calculated the Simpson dominance index to evaluate actually whether there is one species, whether it is dominance, or one species is weaker in that in a distribution. So actually the Simpson dominance index, it talk about whether a single species is dominated, or whether the all the individuals of different belonging to different species are they are distributed evenly. So this actually indices, what does it suggest? So this indices is used to describe the diversity. It also used to describe the structural characteristic of this crab community, which is recorded during our study period. And let's go to the result and discussion. So what we found, so we found a total of 339 different individuals, which actually belonging to 14 different species and 7 different families. So especially the Occupopedidae, which are actually the fiddler crabs, Portunidae, which are the free swimming crabs, Sesamidae, which are associated with the mangrove stands, Zentidae, Graspidae, Pelumidae, and Manipidae. So fiddler crabs, they exhibited the highest numerical representations. It means that the highest number of crab individuals belonging to this particular fiddler family. And if you see the most abundant species, which also represent the Occupopedidae family, which was the Ostraca anulips, and followed by Ostraca sinensis, and Metapograspus, which belong to graspid family, and Scylla, which is actually commercially important mud crab, Parasacerma pliacum and Parasisama persicum, which these two are the sesame crab, and they are generally associated with the mangrove strands. So this particular graph, it shows the species abundance. So how the in percentage, how these different species, they are what is their composition, and how they are distributed among their population. So from food and bird century. So if we see mostly the fiddler crabs, and which are having two especially main genus, Astroca anulips and Astroca sinensis. These two species, they represent the highest number of individuals. Then Metabogaspus, which only one species belonging to Graspidae family, which represent the third most important and third most highest number of individuals. And then the Scylla, which is the commercially very important. And the other species were they had low to medium representation. So if we see this actually assemblage profile, so we found that fiddler crab, they were dominant on exposed lower intertidal mudflats. So we used different habitats to get the samples, and uh, the highest number of individuals belonging to fiddler crabs, so they were the very dominant kind of group, and they were mostly found on the lower intertidal mudflats. So we found a very specific zonation pattern for this SMH profile. So grass-fed and sesame creeps, they were actually concentrated on vegetation zones, which also matched the well-documented habitat zonation of mangrove crab reported from Indian coastline like Kerala and Tamil Nadu and globally.
Sir, may I interrupt, sir?
We also,
The time is over, sir. Uh, can you just
okay,
wrap up in a few seconds, sir?
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So we found a really good habitat partitioning. So due to different, their feeding strategy was different, their macro habitat use were different, and we also found a very important presence of commercially valuable texture. So these are the actually the indices which was calculated by us. San and Venn diversity indices shows the moderate diversity. Evenness indices shows the high uniformity, and there was very low dominance. We are coming to the conclusion. So this study actually provide the baseline and site-specific data for 14 different crab species at the food and bird sanctuary, which demonstrate the crab assemblage reflected to well habitat zonation and ecosystem functioning typical of a healthy mangrove ecosystem. And continue monitoring and protection of this vegetative zone and creek connectivity. Incorporate of crab assemblage indicators into the management will improve the conservation outcome as sustained fisheries link. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. We now move to the final presentation of this session. May I request Dr. K. A. Jairaj, Pondicherry University, to kindly present his papers.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Dr. Jairaj, Associate Professor, Department of Ocean Studies and Marine Biology, Pondicherry University, Sri Vijayapuram campus. First of all, I thank the Department of Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Administration for giving me an opportunity to present one of our findings. This is this is a work done by one of my MSc student during his MSc project work that we are going to present. That is, the work is about the first report. It is a first report of an Opisthobrang. It is a molluscan group, Opisthobrang, from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So Opisthobrang's are very leastly studied mollusk group, having shell, half covered shells will be there with a very flattened shell, and parapodia and extended parapodia will be there. So these organisms are generally attaching to the rocky environment, but we collected from the mangrove wood. That dead mangrove wood was there, that species was attached to the mangrove dead wood it was. So around 300 species, previous slide, around 300 species has been reported from India, and Andaman it is around 180 species has been reported till now. And this cephalaspadians group of mollusks that is contributing about 17% of the total molluscan group of this fauna. And we are reporting that Maragdalina caliculata, that is the first time we are reporting from Andaman. So we have collected this sample from the Bermanella beach, the mangrove regions of Bermanella. So it is a very tiny organism, very small organism, around 2 millimeter size, 2 centimeter size only, less than 2 centimeter size only, very tiny organism. And while collecting some other type of study, we encountered this organism. Actually, we are not aim for this study. We have studied, we are aim, it was a different study. During that purpose, we encountered this species. And next slide. So, time is already over, so I will not take much of the time. Okay. So that during the methodology, we handpicked the organism and preserved. First, we narcotized the organism, then with MgCl2, and then transferred to formalin. So first a small percentage formalin we used, then finally into for longer duration time we converted into an 80% formalin. Then after collecting, we have noticed the total length of the body, width of the body, shell width, size. These are the main characteristics to identify the organism. And after the identification, we have submitted the specimen to the Zoological Society of India in Port Blair Regional Center. This is about the taxonomy. This organism is coming under gastropoda. Then order Cephalaspedia, and genus Sparagdinilla caliculata. Okay, so this is that character, the taxonomic features of this organism. So this is the, I told that after collecting the organism, we will measure the total length, size, breadth, then foot length, shell width, thick length, all the characteristics we will be measuring. So this is some of the photos you can see. That is the top side of the fresh organism, that green color or the brownish green color will be there. That will be the top portion of the organism. In live, that will be look like that. And after the preserving, it is change the color, and you can see the length and the width of the top shell. Okay, that not like all the other molluscan groups. This will not be covered entirely by the shell. It is not fully protected by shell. Shell will be very small, in sense very partially. It will be covering the body, entire body. Next. And it is by habitat. It is a herbivore organisms feeding on small algae. And we have noticed the total length, then head length, then shell width, and the head that shell length already we noticed, that you can see here, that about then that have I already told that is have a broad shell, flattened shell. Is that is one of the peculiarity of this Opisthobrand group, having a flattened shell is there, and having the front end will be, the anterior portion will be more broader, and once coming to the posterior side, it will be more narrowing with the bilobed structure will be there. The tail region having a bilobed structure will be there. That is another peculiarity of this group of organisms. And the color, I already told that it is all about brownish green color will be there, that you could see in the first slide, one of the first slide, the green color, very brilliantly colored. And this is coming, the most of these groups having brilliant color also will be there. And the key features for the identification, they have a ear-shaped shell. That is another peculiarity of this species. They have a ear-shaped shell will be there, and the color I already told that. Then having a spoon-shaped, the upper portion of the top of the shell having a spoon-shaped structure will be there. Okay, and so the another peculiarity, they have some the curling pattern will be there on the shell of the body. So it is not completely symmetrical shape. And they have a parapodia will be there, that will be covering the body. then that Hancock organ, that is a sensory organ, like other molluscan shells, the nudibranchs or the this silly structure having that some antenna-like structure will be there, but these organism doesn't have that. Instead of that, they have the this Hancock organ will be there, that is acting as a sensory organ to detect that environmental changes, and it also can use for detecting the food also, the type of food what they are going to eat and what is the quality of food, those things they can detect using this organ. And the gizzard having that teeth like structure, and another peculiarity of this species, they have numerous teeth will be there, hundreds of minute teeth will be there that you cannot see by the naked eye, we can see observe only through the microscopic image only, we can see that very small the inner region having a flat radula shaped structure, radula will be there, that will be having that numerous small minute teeth will be there that we cannot see by naked eye but can be seen through the microscopic image. And these are some of the distinguishing characters which are separating from other similar species of this related species. For example, Seaboardlin is that is observed in Japan, that is colorless organism, and the spoon-shaped structure will not be there. Instead of that, having a small body whorl will be there. And Haminoia species having a shell which is more globular shaped structure and ovoid shaped structure, and shell is enclosed by the parapodia, but here that shell is not completely covered by the parapodia, that is another peculiarity. Then previous slide. Phanerophthalmus, they are body having slender body, elongated, and they are found behind the stones, these the third organism. But here these organisms, our present study organisms, that will be present attached on the top of the rocks, but other organisms will be present on the beneath the rocks, hiding under the rocks. So these are the significant study. What the significance of the study? We observed that presence of this very unattended organism from the Andaman Islands. India, it is already reported, but from Andaman, this is the first report we are reporting. Next one. Sorry. Okay. So that's about my presentation. And after this 2 o'clock is passed, thank you for your patient listening, and any doubt I am happy to clarify that. Any questions? Thank you.
I thank all the presenters for their valuable contribution. The floor is now open for a brief panel discussion. May I request Shri Sanjay Kumar Srivastava sir to kindly take over the session chair. I would also request Dinesh Kannan sir and Jojo sir to also please accompany the session chair.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Forest for making this effort very important ecosystem in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And very rarely we will be having such a fine level topic focusing only for the particular ecosystem. So thank you, sir, for having and conducting this workshop. And having observed all this, I think 4 or 5 presentation in this session, I observed that ecotourism is the focal point, and where we have a lot of potential for the young youth of this Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And we have higher education institutions where we have to develop this manpower for making this guide, local guide for the this tourism department. I don't know any tourism department people are here, and please make a note. We have to make the skill development program. Through this, we have to train this the biology or botany background course, and that can be made into very powerful awareness program, so that the guide, the tourists who are all coming to the Andaman Nicobar Islands, they'll be having better idea by these trained people, especially the scientific background people. They will give you the proper idea about what the species are, where they are available, what is their potential, what is their IUCN status. Because many of the species which they are disappearing in this scenario. The pollution and anthropogenic activities are very high in these islands, and having imposing all these kind of things, mangrove system is highly resilient ecosystem which can withstand any kind of extreme environmental conditions. But if we are not preserving this highly fragile ecosystem, we will be lose many of the species which we may not know where they are living, what their population status and all. So I just leave these youngsters, you have a lot of responsibility. Number one is you have to make the strong database for mangrove species composition, as well as associated the faunal or floral resources, including microbial community. We cannot leave these microbial microbes, contribution to this ecosystem. So the ecosystem service is very enormous, which cannot be tangible like other kind of system where we have economic value. Though the mangroves are nursery ground for many of the commercially important species, we have to give most importance for those kind of things. I see even Corbin's Cove Creek, the lot of plastics and other things are, fed into this open sea system. So I don't know how we are going to preventing, especially for rainy days, the whole creek is full of plastics. Especially the Corbin mangroves, the root system is fully covered by all these plastics, bottles as well as these kind of things. So that is not because of the local, that is because of the mainly tourist. So if you are giving proper, guidelines and awareness about this plastic, these kind of things through the youngsters, so they have to train in such a way that they'll make the awareness about the tourist and all. So that is my special observation. Number two, the last presentation was the crabs, the ecosystem engineers. We don't have any proper data set about this, the crabs of the mangrove system. If you are having those kind of crabs which are associated with the mangrove ecosystem, we have to conserve them, encourage them, because they are the good biodiverbator to enrich this mangrove ecosystem, both floral as well as faunal resources. So please take the lead, sir, for making this mangrove crabs assemblages also, because they are very important to understand not only the biodiverbators, which also indicating about the ecosystem health of the particular regions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, for your input. Just I want to give a small information to the gathering over here. There is a program, 5-year program under National Coastal Mission. It has been approved by Government of India to a tune of 700 crore project is there. For 700 crore, 60 crore project is given to Andaman and Nicobar Islands for the biosphere management. In the biosphere management, we have taken two main things what you mentioned here. One is for giving a training to the in the name of nature guides. That training most probably we will be taking up next year or next to next year. Coming 2 years we will be taking up it, and I request and I urge the students whomsoever present here, if you are interested, you can join with us, and also you can give the input to your friends. Those who are interested, they can also join with us as a part of to become the nature guide, which will be beneficial not only for the tourist but also to yourselves also. That will give a serious impact to the local ecosystem. You are part of the system. Coming tourist will come and go, but you are informed, you know what is there, how to protect it. That will help for the management of the local ecosystem. So that is number one. Number two, with respect to research, for that also we have given sufficient amount over there. I think 50 lakh rupees has been given on yearly basis. For the next 4 years, I understand 2 crores have been specially kept for research purpose. So what you are mentioning about the crab, even the minute things also can be taken up. The funding will be done by the department, because normally the problem will be there for the people that where from they will get the fund. So the funding will be from the department. So after we receive the final communication from the government of India, we will be publishing it in the newspaper. We will be asking the students, the research scholars, scientists, institutes, and stakeholders, including NGOs, whomsoever is interested to participate to research something in Andaman and Nicobar Island with respect to coastal management. There you are cordially welcome. So the proposals will be scrutinized, and I understand that each project to the maximum of 10 lakh. If the amount is fixed for 50 lakh, so 5 project of 10 lakh can be taken up. If the funding is less, if the requirement is less, maybe 3 lakh or 4 lakh, then the number of proposal will be increasing. So we will be having a separate session for finalizing the proposal from our side. These two are the inputs I want to give in addition to the suggestions given by the doctor from Pondicherry. Thank you.
I have one question for the house. In fact, one question was raised. People are attracted to the beaches but not to the mangrove forest. Somebody mentioned in the presentation. Why? At least we should get the answer here. Because that will justify the workshop.
Accessibility. It's just as one of the crocodile thread.
Crocodile is the place where the presenter was showing. That place is not infested by crocodile. Crocodile is towards Vandoor beach. But if you go towards other places, I don't remember the photograph.
Accessibility.
Even if connectivity issue is there, people, if they want, if they are able to, can go to any place. But exactly what see, maybe any other answer?
Yeah, I think as one of the presenters, Dr. Harshashila mentioned, it's about image portraying of the mangroves that people are not much aware of, as with beaches. Beaches, first notion that people would have normally gotten is like Goa and the lifestyle.
Even I'll tell you, a well-read scientist also, right, who is keen conservationist, will get attracted to the beach than to the mangroves. Now you tell me.
Accessibility on the personal front, because beach you can be accessible as and when you want as an individual, but going to a mangrove area on an individual basis, accessibility is an issue.
See, thing is that if you are going, you are seeing the mangrove forest. You don't feel that sort of excitement the moment you see the beach. I am coming to the answer now.
Like a poetic feeling or saddening feeling, sad feeling, someone is having that normally goes to Sagar Kinare Dil Ye Pukare.
See, to great extent you have answered, but see, any ecotourism resource will have an area of interest or point of interest. Correct. Now, I'll give you a very good example. I don't know how many of you have heard of the place called Malwan in Maharashtra, which is very close to Goa. So it was flooded with tourists. In the name of sanctuary, there was nothing, only tourists. One van came, and I was told that van driver bluffed them, okay, we are taking you to another beach in Goa. Because that tourist said, let us take to another beach which is a little bit on the outskirts. He brought them to Maharashtra and showed them. See, the point what I am trying to derive at is that the mangrove should have something which should capture the tourist. Any tourist which is coming, I spoke about the 3 goals. The 4th goal is recreational goal. Now, a common tourist who is coming, he is coming primarily for adventure because he is coming from holiday, right? So he would like to spend time on the beach, relax, enjoy. But that sort of a thing cannot be promised in the mangrove area. But we can definitely promise something which is different, which is not available in the beach. See, it's like you have drawn one line. If you can't reduce that line, but you can make your line slightly bigger. And how to do it? Through interactives. Like if you go to the moment person enters the interpretation center, he should feel curious about it. There are interactive displays. I have seen in Maharashtra, very interactive. In Goa also. So people get that curiosity should get generated. Then the type of boardwalks, I can tell you in Australia, they have 3 different levels of boardwalk. One is ground level, one is middle level, and one is skywalk. So you are trying to create the curiosity with the help of signages, with the help of some nature trail, some pamphlets you give, you search, and if you find this place, you get a prize or some sort of a reward. So these are some of the things which can attract the tourists. Otherwise, what will happen? Branding, everything will be there. If you want the person to stay, he should feel curious about it. Then only he will try to become your brand ambassador and bring others. Otherwise, what will happen? Repeat tourists you may not get in mangrove areas. Any tourism is successful when you get the repeat tourists. Beaches, you will get lot of repeat tourists. But for mangrove area, once we have seen, it's enough. Second, so that should not happen. That's why I'm telling it's an evolving process. I'm not saying it should become like an adventure sports. You start create a winch line or such type of thing, paragliding, nothing. But the type within the environment, if you are able to create such type of thing, see, you can hear the sound of the crickets, the sound of this, just small this thing. You press the button, interpretation, it's like that only. It flows. That should create. And the best target is budding naturalists, children. If you target from the school time, that will go. So that's what
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir, just now you mentioned that, people are not getting attracted towards the mangrove tourism because of there is no adventure in it. So my one view is, even you mentioned in Vandoor Beach, that is a restricted area because of, saltwater crocodiles, present. So why don't we, is there any possibility of, developing that site in terms of, tourism? Because, people will get attracted towards the, adventure also. There is...
I'll put it the other way around. Because of that crocodile, that area is protected.
Yeah.
It was posed. When we went there, it was shown to us.
Yes, sir.
And they were planning how to fence the area, such type of things were there. Many places, I'll tell you, frankly speaking, in Mudumalai, one stream was there. He would be known as Tepakadu stream.
Yes.
Tourists, you can't stop them. Tourists used to come, they will take bath in that stream. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One day I just went and put a board, beware of the crocodiles, survivors will be prosecuted. That was enough. After that, nobody went. See, this is, some places it has to be in negative message, some places it has to be positive. You have to attract in an innovative way. It has to be out of box thinking. And so many brains are there, definitely we will get a very good model for Andaman, which will attract people. And Andaman can take a lead. Resources wise, I have seen the whole country. I have been in Sundarban. They are running a launch there as a cruise, everything. Nothing to beat Andaman in terms of resources. That much I can tell you. It's a beautiful and very well protected also.
With respect to this ecotourism potentials in Mangrove Creek, I was wondering, you must have heard about the houseboats in Vambanad Lake in Kerala. Though it is not mangrove, it is coastal ecosystem. So I was wondering why no venture has been still started in or thought in that line. We have very good, very lengthy creeks are available in Andaman Nicobar Island. If you start, or if any entrepreneurship comes just for this type of houseboats cruise in any of our bigger creeks, that will open up a number of avenues for promoting the ecotourism. So that is a big opportunity, because you all may be knowing that this houseboat tourism in Kerala, especially in Vambanad Lake, it is in a high peak. So why we in Andaman Nicobar Islands, no such attempt has ever been made till now. It is a great opportunity for starting houseboat tourism in larger creeks of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Everything has been done, sir. Sites have been identified, routes have been identified, and RFP have already been floated, sir. Inviting, calling others. to the-
Actually, Jojo joined very recently. He missed that 4 year process happened in Andaman. That's all. Okay, right.
But for mangrove tourism, a proper planning is required, sir. There is no proper plan for Andaman Nicobar Islands for mangrove tourism or agro-tourism. Myself, agriculture officer, Southern one. So, like in agriculture, no plan for agri-tourism, and same way, there is no proper planning for mangrove tourism. It is different from the sightseeing tourism. Our tourism is limited to sightseeing tourism only till date.
In the morning.
Yeah, we are working on it. Okay, right. Some observation from backside. Yeah, they are keen to skip the lunch also, it seems. It's really good to see.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Simidais, and I'm a student of JNRM, PG Department of Botany. And it's a privilege to hear from all of the dignitaries today. I want to talk about the Baratang Islands Mangrove Creek. As Sir mentioned that it is one of the best, he rated that one of the best trail that he had. And so we also know that it is one of the most touristy site of our islands. And many speedboats, carry tourists multiple times a day. So my take on this is that even the act of boat may wake turbulence in the water, and that might disrupt some sediments and might uproot some pneumatophores in the long term. So as Sir has emphasized a lot on the term eco, so my question is that at what point the term ecotourism stops being eco and just start being a mere tourism with a green label? Can you highlight any real scenario in our island?
Yeah, yeah. See, this island I have not. In fact, I was suggesting that we would like to work, and some suggestions I had given in my report itself, which they would be getting. But see, there is a very scientific way of calculating. I mentioned very in a subtle way about the carrying capacity. If you go into the details of the carrying capacity, the physical carrying capacity, the number of boats which can go. Now, turbulence, what you are telling is very correct. See, there has to be some disturbance. To what extent that disturbance can be tolerated? Now, we have worked in the wildlife areas where it is very sensitive on the wildlife. Here we are working, would be working on the microfauna. You have to look into I would say the up to foraminifer level activities. According to that, you have to provide the weightage. To this extent only it can be tolerated, beyond it cannot be tolerated. My point was that revenue is never our objective. Our objective is resource. First priority is resource should be conserved. In the garb of protection of the resource, if some revenue is generated, nothing wrong in that. So what you need to do, you need to have a very scientific way of environment impact assessment of the area, looking to the carrying capacities, right? And according to that, only so many boats should be allowed. Now, if you see here in Pichavaram, some 5 motor boats only are being allowed. It could be had been any number. I gave the example of Mudumalai where some 60-65 jeeps used to go. Now only 2-3 vans are going, because that time revenue was not the objective. We are not bothered, we are not tourism department to bring quantitative tourism. It's a qualitative thing. Now, it's always better to foresee that problem and stagger it. It could be a rotational tourism. this area is open. We have the sort of a different tourism zones. You open up this route, you open up this route, you open up this route. So why I said about the attraction part, the curiosity part, you can have different levels of curiosity. So today one person has gone this side to look into the stalactites, stalagmites. Then you create a nature trail. You go to that point, you have a sort of a cave sort of a thing, or you can see the maybe rare bird or something. So something of that type of thing has to be created in the at the spot, so that at least the tourist should not feel cheated also. I can promise you, towards the end you will find if he feels satisfied, he will bring more people also, he will recommend. Otherwise he will say no, no, why should nothing is there. This is a plain reaction, I'm telling you. I hope I have answered to a certain
Thanks,
extent.
sir.
We are collecting timbers, thatching leaves. By destroying the jungle, we are creating huts. Suppose we have constructed 10 huts. We are saying that eco huts. How it is eco? We are destroying the forest, no?
No, we are not destroying the forest. Sustainably, we are extracting the things which can be replenished of its own in the forest area. That's what we are doing. Even our working plan clearly suggests that every area, for example, per square kilometer, how much quantity of bamboo, cane, thatching leaf or timber or firewood, post, bullies, how much can be extracted so that it won't affect for the next generation. That means sustainable yield only is prescribed in the working plan.
Is it
So
only theoretical or practical, sir?
it's practical. That's why we are doing it. That is the direction given by the Honorable Supreme Court. That's why we are following it. You may be knowing, if you are a local of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, before 2002, there were so many sawmills were there. Lot of timber was cut and it was transported to mainland also. After Supreme Court direction, it was made it very clear, only the trees will be cut which are above exploitable girth. That means 180 centimeter by girth or 210 centimeter by girth. Only those trees which are beyond that size only will be cut, not below that one. So in Andaman, I can say in paper as well as in field, we are carrying out that
Nah, I
type
am
of
asking in
extraction.
general, sir, not in Andaman concept.
In general also it's...
Throughout country, in fact, there is a total ban on green felling. And what he is referring 2002, that relates to that relates to one case, Godavarman Thermal Park. This particular case has got applicability throughout country, and even grass cannot be removed. Like in Corbett Tiger Reserve, they used to collect the grass; it could not be removed. So there is a total ban. Any tree of spontaneous growth cannot be removed, especially in protected areas. In wherever these divisions are there, through working plan prescriptions, if it is there, it can be taken. And in protected areas, I can tell you, if anything which is being removed, it cannot be sold commercially. It cannot. It can be used only for bona fide purpose. So in many places, we are also struggling with that order, because imagine an area which has got lot of eucalyptus and wattle in that area, which is not an indigenous species, but it is a sanctuary. So we cannot, we can fell it, but we cannot sell it. So there are issues. But what he is telling is absolutely correct. Throughout country, it is both in letter and spirit. Lot of hundreds of PILs were filed. Hundreds of IAs were filed in the Supreme Court for getting permission. So Andaman has got bamboo. Even just now we are doing for Northeast. There also same thing. They are telling, please suggest the ways and means how we can utilize bamboos. Otherwise, what will happen? Bamboo is also a fire hazard.
Regarding canopy gap, also I have a question, sir. Canopy gap happens naturally, both in terrestrial and mangroves also. And by artificially, we are creating canopy gap in terrestrial. Is it possible in mangrove forest?
No. See, you have not understood. Whatever structures which are going to be created, they are going to be created just outside at the fringe, not by clearing the mangrove forest. Not by clearing the mangrove forest, a structure, eco lodge or eco hut is getting created.
Not regarding eco huts, sir. Canopy gap.
See, canopy gap, if it is a part of your working plan prescription or management plan prescription which justifies.
Is it
like,
practically feasible in
I'll tell you,
mangroves?
yes, no, mangrove, so what is the necessity? If it is required, if
or
you
only is limited to research purpose only?
no, you see, one thing I must tell you, all our acts are regulatory act, not prohibitory act. For research purpose, anything is and everything is possible, even inside the sanctuary and national park. If you want to do it, it is possible. There is no bar. Only thing is, there is a defined process. You have to follow that process, and it can be cleared.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Our target is to plant 10%, 10 times of the tree whichever we are felling over there. So wherever the gap is there within the particular area, we are carrying out the plantation, and also the same plantation has to be maintained for the next 10 years continuously. We will do plantation in this year. Next year we will go. At that time, if there is any casualty, any mortality happened to the previous year seedlings, then we have to replace it, so that the first year plantation will be more or less a kind of a 100% only. Then second year also we will do, third year also we will do. Up to 3 years it is our responsibility to ensure for 100%. After third year, just we will do our cultural operation, just weed cleaning and maintaining that plantation. That's what we are doing as of now. So that is also part of the working plan prescription.
Even like natural swamps are there, like in Tamil Nadu, in Point Calumet, great Vedaranium swamp is there. It's a mud flat. Now, if somebody wants to do the mangrove afforestation, we just simply reject it, because that is a very good habitat for waders species of birds. Flamingos are coming, so we cannot allow that sort of thing to happen. So each and every area, it is equally important for its.
Sir, very interesting session on ecotourism. I enjoyed the talk. Sir, one concern is in the recent times there are also the alternate ideas are now coming up. For example, it's not an alternate, the views that are kind of not in favor of the ecosystem. So more and more the ecosystem, so humans and the large carnivores, they always evolve with this prey-predator relationship and avoidance. Okay, you avoid large carnivores, humans also avoid, both species try to avoid because they will predate upon each other, right? So with this eco tourism concept, now there are more and more research proving that those large carnivore behaviors are now changing because they are no longer in human avoidance. They are perfectly fine human around. Even in our Gir is kind of a big example in the recent times. That is, the conflicts with the large carnivores are keep on increasing. Even in the central Indian landscape with the tigers also, the behaviors of tigers, they're no longer afraid of humans. They are just very fine. So in the mangrove system, of course, we have crocodiles, one of the large carnivores here. The more and more promotion of ecotourism in crocodile habitats would really be a futuristically a major problem rather than a solution. And as far as the island system is concerned, have we really tapped into the rest of the ecotourism potential? Because we have a lot of good forests, terrestrial forests. Even those forests, we haven't really tapped upon to the ecotourism potential. Why to get into the mangroves at all, where we have this huge issue of large carnivore interaction? So maybe your views will be interesting.
See, I can answer you confidently, because I am the chairperson of the Southern India for Human-Elephant Conflict, and we wrote just now the regional action plan to ease of human-elephant conflict. There was one project of the ministry where we gave out species-specific guidelines, including for crocodile also. Now, safety and security first. Definitely, it is very true. It's not like that crocodile is there and we are promoting ecotourism. I gave the example that supposedly in Vandoor, that area, we definitely it's not required, because somebody reported that crocodile had come in that area. So I said, okay, with the crocodile, if that area is getting protected, nothing wrong in that. We are suggesting the place safe ecotourism where it is free of crocodile, or even if crocodile is there, you are providing a safe passage for the tourists. Like boats, nobody is permitted to get down from the boats. You have a proper boat with safe and safe boat. You're going to the creek area with full safety for the tourists. It's not like that we are throwing away the opening up the areas which are already infested with crocodile, and a lot of conflict has been reported. So it's almost like a give and take relationship where you are allowing limited ecotourism, at the same time you are ensuring that the crocodiles are also not impacted in that area. Their population is also maintained. There have been cases where lot of conflict of crocodile was there, and resentment was there. You please capture them and release them. Not here, in many parts of the country. So the point here is that if you are keeping people away from the area and speaking only for the conservation, that yes, this area is closed because of the crocodile, it will lead to a sort of a negative I would say coordination from the people, or negative support. You work out a way, guide the people about the safety issues, safety concern, that this is the crocodile, it won't attack until unless you disturb it. So people will try to understand. Example you gave about the Gir and Central India. See, those carnivore, because of the tiger show and lion shows which were being conducted, I had seen they used to tie the bait for the lion, and lions were, they just became domestic. Now we are finding the wild character back in the Gir because shows were stopped. Kana tiger shows were conducted on the elephant back long time back. Recently, there was a proposal that why don't we revive it? We said no, it should not be revived, because you will definitely, you are hitting on the natural behavior of the animal. That should not be disturbed. So if conflicts are there, and in South India itself, if you see, more than 200 people are getting killed because of the elephant every year. In Tamil Nadu, 50-60 people are getting killed, and more than that, with snake bites and dog bites are getting killed. Only thing is, you, to what extent people are accommodating, right? We are not saying that the whole area is opened up for ecotourism. Certain areas where people can is safe access is there, you open up, and then see, it has to be piloted first. Never on a mass scale you should open up any area. Pilot it and then see the result, and then you try to expand. If you had seen the slide, I had spoken first 3 years piloting, then scaling in extension based on the result. That's all. I hope I answered you.
Thank you.
There's one question.
Okay. Yeah, welcome.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for this session. It has been quite insightful. So as an active participant, I'm not a student. I'm just a curious person and working for a sort of an organization that is emerging as a responsible travel company. No hate, please. We are also trying, and this is why I've attended this session, to understand and work better. So my question is that how can we collaborate with such institutions and departments to make tourism a part of the solution? And another is, as you've mentioned, a public and private model partnership. How can we start building on such relationships? And as one of the speakers, somebody has asked the question about capacity building and skilled guides and youths. I think ZSI had also rolled a session recently for the youth on green
skill development.
Exactly. I'm not sure if mangrove tourism was a part of it, but it was more to do with astrology and taxonomy. I don't know. Was it?
No, they will be doing it.
Yeah, but I think it's already started.
Yeah, most probably they will be doing something related to turtles now. Yeah, that all mangrove is also covered, and
Okay.
what I suggested earlier few minutes back,
Yes.
we are trying to take help of Satasai only for having the training for nature gates.
Yeah,
Only.
and then I think travel companies like us
Yeah,
would
sure.
love to collaborate with such
Sure.
youth. And
Our program is very in the cradle stage only. When it starts coming up, surely we will call all the people to on board.
same,
So
we
that
are also
without
piloting, so it would be a good way to
without
collaborate.
help of few people, that
Yes.
it won't be success at all.
Right.
Individually, department can't succeed in any such activities. Whenever tourism point of view, we need a different stakeholders so that we can understand the problems, and also solution will come from different people.
Yes.
So that it will be a successful model. So surely we will inform you. We will take everyone on hold. I'm not very clear about your NGO or you whatever you told. You
Yeah.
better contact us whenever you find
We
time.
will.
As well as equally you can contact the tourism department also. So only tourism and forest, we are much into this kind of ecotourism activities. So if you are in touch with these two departments, surely we will let you know.
I've already been in my own little ways in touch with the tourism department and the forest department.
Okay,
and again, to do with plastic management, as one of them pointed out, it's not entirely to do with tourism. We also are aware that this is being drafted away by several other countries, and one of the research says that it says 21 countries, which is, we have to deal with this. So, and as Sir already mentioned, a WhatsApp community, I feel like this is a real need for people like us and citizens, residents who are actually very conscious and mindful about situations like this and want to contribute in our own little ways as active participants. So there are some ways.
Yeah, that's true, ma'am. Again, for plastic pollution, department can't do completely one department, whether it may be tourism or forest or even Panchayat Raj institution department, Department of Rural Development, department alone can't eradicate plastics from any place. So the involvement of local people is also equally important. For that purpose, I understand that Dakshin Foundation, ANAT, as actively they came up with an MOU with the forest department, with the rural department, and with the involvement of SBI, I suppose. So a MOU has been signed mainly for creating some cleanliness drive in Panchayat, in Vandoor area, I suppose, Guptapada, I think, the Gram Panchayat, they started some activities. So there the capacity building and also informing to the local people and collecting the plastic and disposal through a proper mechanism. They are doing it in a pilot mode. If it is successful, most probably that can be replicated everywhere else, so that the plastic pollution should not be an issue in later stage.
True. And I think this is, sorry sir, mostly applied in urban areas, but now I think tourism is also open to uninhabited islands. So there are also some waste accumulated in certain areas, so later on maybe cleanliness about those.
No, uninhabited islands opening for tourism may not be within the purview of Department of Tourism. It will be only with the Forest Department. So based on the assessment, whether we can open it for tourism or not, based on the assessment only we have given the input for Sink Island, what Sir was saying earlier. So there we have carried out an intensive study, how effectively we can manage. Even I remember when a discussion was with our Chief Secretary, I made it very clear the tourist should not be allowed to take even a plastic packet. So Sir was having his own opinion, the then Chief Secretary. He was saying that for kids, how can you deny from taking a lace chips along with them? I said it should not be, sir. At least for 3 hours, let them away from lace chips and other plastic materials. So that was a suggestion. After we had a deliberation for a long period, then only Sink Island was opened for tourism. So whenever opening any uninhabited island, we will be having our due deliberations. Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank all the speakers and the participants for this vibrant and enriching session. The deliberations have beautifully highlighted how sustainable ecotourism can harmonize conservation with community well-being. As a small token of our sincere appreciation and gratitude, may I request Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, to present a souvenir to our expert member of this session for our heartfelt remembrance. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we wrap up the technical session too, and it's now time to take a well-deserved break for lunch. Thank you.
3:30.
And may I also request all the participants to kindly reassemble thereafter at 3:30 to proceed for the field visit to Vandoor. Thank you. How are you, sir? Fine,
Thank
sir.
you. நீங்க வந்து you studied with
SFSC Ramakanda sir.
ஞாபகம் இருக்கு, ஞாபகம் இருக்கு. இவரு திரு பேட்சோ கரெக்ட். திரு இப்போ நார்த் ஈஸ்ட் போயிட்டாங்க இல்லையா?